Listen to this. She is funny.
Trump is so racist. How can you support him? Oh, hold on. You're probably right. Let me see. Oh, I know what you're talking about. So are you talking about the 1994 crime bill that he passed and actually created more mass incarceration, especially against blacks? Is that what you were? Oh no, I'm sorry, that was my. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about because he was friends with Robert Byrd, the KKK member that he wrote the eulogy for. That's what you're talking about. That's what we're talking about, right? Oh no, wait, that was right. I know. So it's because when he said poor kids are just as bright as white kids, that was also Biden. Okay. So you ain't black if you don't vote for. That's not him either. Okay. I think I got it now. I got it. Okay, so when he actually said it's not fair for white kids to go to inferior schools. Yeah, no, that was Biden too. Okay. Something. Let me see. Unless we do something about this, my children will grow up in a jungle. That's it. No, sorry, that was Biden. He bragged about working with two senators who were actually, their reputation was built on segregation. That James Eastman and Senator Biden. That was also Biden. I give up. I do. I don't know.
Hey, all I'm going to say is she did her own research. It's 2022 and information is free. You can Google everything. So don't let the media lie to you, my guy. Don't let the media lie to you. Do your own research just like she did. God bless this woman. God bless you. Let me know what you think about it and catch you on the next one. That was a good one. Please listen to this.
All right, everybody. Joe W. is first. Ham wants to come on and talk about fngr, and he wants you to know if they thought they could win, they would let it go up. Hey, the one. And he wants you to know that, things like that. Things you haven't heard before. But I think he's pumped up on one item that I know a little bit about, so it should be good. It should be good. I'm not saying hi. I should be to each of you. I'm really glad that things didn't get bad, so I guess I overreacted the other day. Maybe the Middle East will be contained, let's just, while I'm sure he'll call in. So I got to turn this volume down. Enter. Put this up here. All right, allow. I've got to mute. I've got to turn the volume down. Yeah. Enter. There. Dos Equis. Dos Equis. MLSS had news and the stock is down. Yeah, we can ask him about that. I don't know anything about it. News isn't. Back when I was somebody, the expression, you've heard it. Buy on the rumor, sell on the news. News is not the end all be all. It just confirms that things are going on. What you're waiting for is finally the buying overwhelms the selling. But in these markets, the selling is just endless. It's all computer driven. It's algorithms, but it's selling stock. Reg Show says you have to locate, borrow, or own the shares in writing prior to your sale. The market maker exemption, I think, gives you, back when it was T+3, gave you an extra 2 or 3 days. That's it. Because, in the hurry, things are so fast. Ooh, we got to get these trades off. Finger motion trades 100 shares every hour. Let's get this. We don't have time to locate our shares. Well, they've bastardized it, and no one enforces it, and that's on purpose, because it's, as you know, it's how Goldman Sachs makes their money. And Gary Gensler is nothing if not a suck up. That's all Gary Gensler is a suck up. He has no testosterone, but he's made a lot of money, so you can determine whether or not you would marry him if you're a woman. I would not marry the female version of him if you gave me all the dollars, the T-bills in China. But then I'm not the happiest guy in the world. Hey Lee and Zizu. All right, let's see if let's just look at some of these charts while we wait for the hamster. Breaking news. All right, let's see what's happening in breaking news. See, nothing bad. Nothing bad is happening. So that's good. So maybe I got scared for nothing the other day. I mean, it's bad for the people that are getting hurt, but it doesn't seem to be turning into World War III. That's all I mean. All right, let's look at this one. This is the one I think, to me, is the most exciting. But I don't know. That doesn't look that exciting. Let's see. You got that. You got this. And you got the big, huge breakout. And so it pulls down under. It's interesting. That is interesting. Anyway, I guess it's back to a point where if you buy it here, and here's the stock, NIXX. Up here is the stock name, NIXX. If you buy it here, I guess your risk is down. It's 222, it says here. I bought a tiny bit of it today at 235. So I overpaid as usual, but it wasn't. It's not very much. It's not going to change. Not going to change anybody's life. But I think your risk here, you're getting in around here, 230 maybe. I don't know what the ask is. Your risk is down maybe in a spike, if you sold in that spike, down to 185. I don't think there's any reason to sell. And you can tighten this line up a little bit more. You can tighten it up. And then the risk is really not very much at all to the downside, maybe down to 210. And then the question is, can it get back through here? So if we count this once, twice, thrice, and then it comes back, I'm going to guess they're going to try it one more time, and it goes through the fourth time. And let's look at a 5-year chart. Yeah, I did. Nothing's changed. The history is the same. Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. Might be your first target. Eight smackers. And maybe your next target is here at 12. And then this would probably be a good point to think, how much higher can it go? That's 20. And I would go ahead and say 50 could be your outside chance. Anyway, that's that one. Let's see. Well, yeah, 1 year. Here's the stock up here, Barbara. Did you find your treat? That's exciting. Life is grand. Well, this is all boring, isn't it? But one thing you can say about this stock, they can't keep a good man down. And would you rather buy it up here or closer to this line? Every time it's gotten to around, that looks like I can't tell, 240, it rallies, touches this line like a hot, in the electric term, like the third rail of a subway, and it bounces right back off, bounces right back off, bounces right back off. A little less so here, but then it goes up. So I would say risk reward, it's still a speculative thing, of course. It's a POS stock. That would be a nice little entry point here in the lower twos. And where could it go? That's my obvious one there, 11. I mean, you can stretch that back. And then this one, that's 16. And then I can't tell this all-time high. I really can't tell what that says. All right, let's look at that's 1 year. This one's starting to go. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. Here, let's just look at a 6 month. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. Here's your sort of pennant that's going on here. I don't know if you call it a pennant or a flag, but whatever the hey. And you can draw it a different way. Maybe you could do it more steeper. But within that, I would say this level right here that it's hitting is kind of a breakout. So it's tried several times, depending on how you count this, once, twice. This is the third time. And the 20-day moving average is about to be crossed. So I would guess, and Barbara, here's the stock up here. I would guess as soon as this gets to 410, 420 with some volume, your next stop is here, 525, and it might not be a stop. And here, 666 smackers, and then 750. And then, of course, you've got this $12 number, which allures. And it has higher targets, but let's not look at any more of them. This looks like very interesting. It looks to me like the one that's maybe the one on the move. I would have guessed NIXX would have been the one to go, but this looks like it's hip hopping. And then let's look at fingers. Fingers got this sort of same baseline here. You could do it a little higher, and it's got this pennant here. So, by definition, if time goes by, it's going to either just stay on this flat level for as long as it takes for this downtrending line to be crossed. That would be bullish. If it goes below this number, I guess that's bearish. But what's your risk? Your risk is to $1.75 from 208, and in return, my obvious number here would be 3 1/4. Then there's here at 4, here at 450, here at 525, somewhere up in here, I can't tell, 6 1/4. That's called risk reward, boys. So your risk is 25 cents in return for $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. Everybody has their own definition of risk and reward. And logic, this is a 1 year. This is logic. Same thing. You've got a support here, and you've got this really strong. Oh, I know your legs don't work anymore. I'm sorry. There you go. That's a good boy. Those used to be the most powerful legs in the park. I remember. I watched you over and over again. I couldn't catch you. Nobody else could catch you either. And now you just fall down. You don't understand it. You're a good boy. All right, so it's embarrassing low prices. 2 cents. This is about $0.019. That's your risk. You can buy it for 2 cents, and it goes to 0.018, something like that. I'd say this is significant up here at 4 cents. And if I had to guess, if they make just the first announcement, that's where the stock goes. The first announcement, they've already announced it. It's already definitive. Is worth 5 cents a share using the arithmetic they provided. But I think they are trying to get the other 6 or 7 deals done, which is in the announcement, and those are worth 45 cents. I don't know, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 cents. You got to make assumptions, and you know what happens when you make assumptions? You make an ass out of you and unction. But when those get announced, Do you think the shorts are going to be in control or the buyers? I have a feeling it's the buyers. And here's a decent target, 9 cents. Another one here is 8 cents. I mean, you don't have to get carried away with this trade. You can buy it at 2 cents, sell it at 8 cents. There's another point right here, 10 cents. The one that draws my attention is this gap, filling this gap at approximately 17 cents. So maybe you buy it at 2 cents, sell it at 16, sell it at 18. And I actually think the stock can go higher than those numbers, particularly if the news is strong. You might want to hold it a year and it goes to 50 cents. But as a trade, what do you have here with logic? Everybody's been waiting forever. They can't get it below 0.018 except once here, and then it rallied up here, then again here. They tried to crush it. But this seems to be the support right now. And there's nothing final about support, as you can see. But your risk is probably fractional, and your upside is just on over the next, I don't know, let's say by the end of the year, let's say by mid-December, so that's 3 months at the latest, but it should happen now. I think it should happen in October. You turn 2 cents into 20 cents maybe, but you don't have to wait for that much. Get out at 10, get out at 16, get out at 8. Anyway, that's logic. And I don't know which one. What was that, MLSS? I don't see much there. I mean, these all have the same sort of support level, and I don't know. I'll let Ham tell you about that one. I don't know much about it. And let's see how Barrick Gold is doing. Good. Pulled back. Good time to buy. Good time to buy. They filled in this gap is what they did. I'm having a really hard time seeing today. I can't remember the symbol for Newmont for some reason. I'm so Joe Biden-ish. And then Wheaton Metals. Let's just see if I can type the name in. Oh yeah, WPM. Wheaton Precious Metals. This is the highly pounceable stock. If you want to get involved in mining and you don't want to do a lot of thinking, I think Wheaton Precious Metals. Will Wheaton. Why do you pronounce it Wheaton? Will Wheaton. All useless. These are useless lines I'm drawing. But to me, it shows that it broke out. That's all these lines tell me. See, it way back when in, I can't tell when that was, but let's call that, I don't know, 2019, I can't tell. But way back when, it rallied to a high, and that's where it stopped. They couldn't go any further. They drove it down for a year. It sort of did a half-hearted attempt. It went sideways to down. And then they rallied it, but it couldn't get through. And it couldn't get to this high. They brought it back down flat, and they rallied it up. And this first line has been touched once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Just recently, this year, March of this year, they broke through this lower line. And then in May of this year, it punctured this high, this intermediate high. So it goes through, it follows through. And then, of course, the selling comes in. What had been resistance, particularly this lower line, what had been resistance for several years suddenly becomes support. And you can see that here. They tested it, and then it pops up again. This time the support is the top line. And now it's going up like a bouncing ball, and it gets ahead of the moving averages by definition. The moving averages keep going up as it goes up, but then they come down to the moving averages. And if we look at, I can't go more than 5 years, but if we look at 1 year, that's because I don't pay for this. This is stock charts. They're very good. If we just look at 1 year, that's a $64 number, that high. And right now the stock's at 60. Every time it's run up, they pull it down, it runs back up. And this is on the 20-day and the 50-day moving average. It's a good time to buy that one. Is there a dividend? Yeah, 1%. That'll grow. This is as blue chip as it comes in the mining industry. All right. Let me see if I can. He told me he was going to come on. He told me he was going to come on. I don't know why he isn't calling. Wow, he can win his 100th title. I think Jimmy Connors has 109. He's number 4 in the world. That's weird to see. Extra motivation of going for his 100th title. All right, let's see if I can get him on. Take this down so it's not distracting. Yeah. Okay. I guess he's on something more important. There's Barbara. Hello. There's Izu Lee. I know there's other people up here I didn't say hi to. Hi, Gretchen. Hi, Raiden. Bowtie. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Emmett. Hey, Oh, here comes
Okay.
your boss man, the lead singer.
Was on a phone with a shareholder.
Well,
Are we ready?
nothing like holding while you share.
Sorry, I was educating him on something.
Yeah, you're on.
All right, everybody. So I sent a short tweet with some information to Mr. Tepper. I was referred to by my friends, and I copied my friends on it, and I used a lot of connections. I can't really post it because there's other people's information in there about who they are and what they're doing and what they have done. So I can't really post it. But the gist of the whole thing is that, after looking at it overnight, excuse me, I just got to stand up and walk. After looking at it and reviewing everything, I don't think we're all paying attention to this deal in China. Again, Mr. Tepper is posting about how China is the place to be, right? The market's the place to be. And it all stems from one thing, the Chinese government. Well, Finger Motion just landed a monster deal with the Chinese government. The Chinese government doesn't give companies this type of order, or whatever you want to call it, to companies in the USA. Finger Motion is based in the USA and is installing emergency response technology in vehicles in China. Not in one place, the whole country of China. And if you look at it, it's like it's like the US government giving the contract to the Chinese. If this doesn't show you how powerful this company is and connected into China, nothing will. This company is more Chinese than the Chinese companies. The main parties for this company are in Shanghai. Obviously, they got the connection to the Chinese government. And they're getting deals from the Chinese government that are impossible to get. And I highlighted that to Mr. Tepper. I highlighted that to Mr. Tepper about how just look at what this company's doing. I put my report on GameStop in there. I put my tweets about GameStop. I put my stories about Gulf Foods and special dividends, and what makes this company different than all the other ones. It's a good email, and I think it's going to hit him right between the eyes. And I'm coming in through very good people through Carnegie Mellon out of Pittsburgh. And they know him well, and he's waiting for it. So I constructed it, got it out today. It's not easy. I thought about it for a while. I actually had someone that we all know do a little proofreading on it. And what did you think of it?
I'd say it's not easy being cheesy. No, it was good. I thought it was very well done.
I asked William to say and to add or something, whatever he thought, and he came out and said, "Hey, that's your personality. Stick to what you got to this far," and that's what we did. I didn't try to turn it into a Picasso. I just like you get me here is what I put it into words. Probably spelled 100.
You're not Tolstoy, but you are Hemingway.
Like my son said, I'm Hemingway drunk. That was his brother was the drunk. Is that correct? I forgot what
he was drunk.
Oh, he was
right up till the end.
So again, if you look at it, again, I'm not here pushing anyone to buy the stock. I could care less. But just look at it as an investor. Just read that again. It's all of China, and they're installing this software or technology in every emergency vehicle, which I'm hearing it's upwards to 4 million of them. And just look at the response of the U.S. to the states that have been destroyed by this hurricane.
So wait a minute. The press announcement said 2 vehicles. You're saying there's 4 million of them? That seems to be a disconnect. Everyone's saying, not a big deal, just 2 vehicles.
Yeah, they put a big press release out for 2 vehicles. You're right.
But you're saying the country has 4 million of them. Wow.
So we're hearing there's 4 million. They put it in. And I guess if you look at it, emergency response would be what? The electric, the guys that are working on the electricity, the poles, the gas workers, when there's a problem, the gas lines are broken. There's all kinds of emergency response vehicles. And for Figure Motion, a U.S. company, if they wanted to, they actually tell us where all the Chinese people are going, what's going on in China by the emergency response. Like I said, in the U.S., would we give it to a Chinese government to say, hey, everybody, they're reporting in Shanghai that there's a big problem in outside of Tennessee or here? No, they would never do that. So this company is so trusted in China that the government is paying Figure Motion to do all the stuff now and put all the stuff in. So Figure Motion has something that these guys, A, trust, and B, they have, and C, the connections are just how they get to the front of the line on all these things, whether it's the SMS top-up business. Just go back to the big data. I put in there, their partners, the Munich Re and Pacific Life Re. There's not many $2.20 stocks. He'd get partnerships with Munich Re and Pacific Life Re, and he would know that himself. All right, so the partnerships verify that the company is real. Okay, the relationships are there. And now you're getting a deal from one of the biggest country in the world, one of the most powerful economies in the world. And this company's getting deals left and right in China. Again, this is not the state of Maine. This is all of China. And it's right there. And we all know what emergency vehicles are like. I saw it someone posted on Twitter, all the trucks, all the guys that work on the power lines, there were hundreds of them. That's just coming down to, plus they're all over the country. That's just the utility guys. And you got the ambulances, the fire, the hazmat, all the stuff, police. It's endless. There's 1.5 billion people. What do you think? They got 10 trucks? So again, look at that, read it again, and just this revenue will come in. And when it does come in, I have to assume it's going to be like a tsunami. And like my friend who was a big institutional guy, he said to me, he goes, once they drive that revenue, it's all over with because it'll never end. They'll just keep. Once they show the Chinese government they're capable of doing something like that, I'm sure there's 100 more deals behind this. So it's just going to be endless. So maybe this is a test from the Chinese government, but the Chinese government has already tested them with the telecom, with the top-up business, the SMS text messaging, and even the big data. No one's allowed in the Chinese telecom. They get all the data. I also spoke to someone about AI, which I'm not an expert on. I don't think many of us are. But it's all based on data. Who's got the data? Figure Motion. Could it potentially be something in AI behind this? That's the story I've been hearing. I don't know. I don't really know how it works. But I assume it's off the data and they can figure out everything and learn human behavior from how people buy things or whatever it may be. Right? We could do an AI thing just on naked short selling. Find an idiot who's a crook who has no brains and sit here and just hit a sell button all day. That's my AI report on naked short selling. That's all you need to know. What happens behind the scenes? You just need the guy in the front line, and the guy in the front line is staying too long to the dance. And William, I keep thinking that who in their right mind, knowing that South Korea is putting people in jail for life, and think that it's not coming our way. Okay? If the Trump administration gets in, we know Pat Burns coming here to do this stuff. All right? You know that this is eventually going to end. You can't have it go on. All Twitter, all I see or read about is a company or somebody getting robbed by a big institution, making short selling, banks fails to put up trades, Barclays, Bank of America, everybody's a criminal, everyone. And everyone's had enough of it. And it's coming to a head. So if you want to sit here and play this game and keep robbing with the chance you're going to jail for life, good luck. Because you're going to get busted and you're going to go to jail for life. And I don't think these people realize what it means. If you're 35, 40, 50, you're going away forever. And I think the people are getting serious about this because they're just robbing people. Point blank, just robbing them. Everybody knows about it. Don't look GameStop. The AMC people still screaming. Everybody's still screaming. The MMTOP's screaming. There's 65,000 of them. Everybody's telling somebody, and the story just keeps getting stronger. The government is trying to hide the story because they know they're all screwed. Now we got Graywall just resigned. Okay, we had people that knew him. One of our shareholders knows him, and they said he was a good man. Why did he leave? You know, is he caught? Is he caught in some sort of web? This is a guy that was a prosecutor. Was he? What do they call it? I forget what he was. He was a high-end prosecutor in New Jersey somewhere. I forgot where. And they knew him, and they said this was a good man. They reached out to him for finger motion. You know, when he became the enforcement guy, and you know what? We kept sending. We had his email address. We sent him all the stuff. And all of a sudden, this guy resigns. This is a guy that's been fighting crime for a long time. All of a sudden, he disappears. How hard can it be at the SEC? He's not fighting gangsters. He's fighting white-collar criminals. And he quit. Something just doesn't sound right. It sounds like maybe he couldn't do anything, and he was being smothered, and he walked away. I don't know, but that's what it looks like to me. But he'll resurface, and we'll find out where he's going to be. Again, we know people that know him. Does anyone have anything to say?
Gretchen says NASDAQ posted that finger earnings are Friday. My eyesight. Friday, October 11th.
I was going to say, but this Friday?
Yeah, that's what she's saying. The 11th. No, the 11th.
Oh, okay. That's it tomorrow.
What else? Somebody asked about MLSS. They had news and it is down. But, you know,
Where is it? I don't even know where it is. I
don't know. When I touch the screen, my sense of distance is all off. Well, it's 89 to 92. So
someone's been holding it down below $1. I don't know why. I've been saying it for a while now. Every time it pops up, they push it back down. I'll freshen that story up. I'll call the person who told me to buy it. Again, I paid $1. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not happy that it hasn't moved, but that's not my position. I'm not, it's not my stock. I know Epidural, MLSS. That's all I know. News coming. They got a big monster government contract that makes the stock go to 10. That's all I know. That's it.
Do you know why Grewal resigned?
I just gave you my opinion.
I know, but he just.
Someone said, "What is RONN?" RON. Someone said it's like 120%. I don't know what it is.
Ronan?
What's that? Penny? Get out of here.
They just try to distract people. They want you to pull your money away. Can your broker tell you if your positions are full of failure to delivers? And the answer is
that's a Steve Rosenberg question to me. He wants everybody to attack their brokers and put them on the spot, put it in writing that you have physical shares to match you. Brokers will never do that. They can't. Your broker if you're speaking to a broker, he's got less brain cells than Jeff Easton, so you're wasting your time. He's never going to do it. The firm will never allow it to put in writing that you have a security at the DTC. Remember, there's a physical security somewhere. There's 1 million shares, physical securities that are at the DTC. We buy it. Let's say we buy 2 million shares. There's a discrepancy of 1 million. Who gets the 1 million? Who doesn't get it? The brokerage firm, it's like a big shell game. They just keep hiding it. When you do a dividend, that's when you get a snapshot because the stock has to stop trading. That's the only time you get a stock to stop trading. And everyone yells, well, that doesn't work. You're positioning it that you're trapping them. Because if they do not get something in writing, when the shit hits the fan, they get exposed and the brokerage firms are going to be on the hook for it. If you're going to sue anybody, do you want to sue a poor-ass Jeff Easton when he's busted? Or do you like to sue E-Trade, Goldman Sachs, and those people? That's what the special dividend really does, is put the brokers on the spot. And, the shorts are going to be, are on the spot anyway. But when Goldman is short and they have to get 1 million dividend shares and they aren't available, if they don't go buy it and there's a lawsuit, government gets screwed for a lot of money because they helped commit the fraud or protect the fraud. That's what that's mostly about. And you can see it in Dole Foods. Just go read the Dole Foods story. Dole Foods has too many shares. All of a sudden, it was 13 million extra because of a dividend. That's it. That's how it happens. Yeah, anything?
I don't understand that comment. He's going to pull it out on paper. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I guess the epidural is painless, and it's announced that it's going out to a small clinic with half a dozen locations. So, yeah, it's something. That was the news.
That's the news today.
Apparently, that's pretty good. But they're going to sell any news. They're going to hit any.
Yeah, listen. No one has no one has the use of an epidural. They don't even care. Listen, that guy George, I forget his name.
Thorogood, George.
Is it Ferguson? No, what's his name? He was from Fort Lauderdale.
I know. I can see him. His last name is George Thompson. George.
He did a video yesterday, and I retweeted it, and I watched it. And he said that, we don't think naked short selling is in GameStop and AMC and whatever select few stocks, and that, that's just, How many times have I told you, William, they can't settle IBM. They can't settle Microsoft. There's naked shorts in everything. The whole system is completely captured, and it's been looted by counterfeiters. They're in every stock.
Oh, I see. Justin is going to, he's got 6,000 shares of Finger. He's going to register and ship 1,000 of them, just trying to put pressure on the system.
You got to remember, when you try to get a physical share, they break your balls to put them back in. So
I would be careful.
I would.
Right now, the MMTLP going to NextBridge is essentially free because everyone's cooperating, but it's going to cost you money, and then to come back in, you'll never get it back in. They'll
drag you around. Don't do it. It's a waste of money. Believe me.
I think you turn those 1,000 shares into wallpaper. Or a it could take $5,000 to $6,000. It takes 60 days, and then you sell it at a 20 or 30% discount to the worst bid you've ever seen. It's a scam. There's one group out of California. I talked to the guy. It's a ripoff.
Don't do that. We used to do that all the time, but they got wise to that, and they blocked everybody from taking the shares out. They made it very expensive to take it out, and you can't put them back in. They control the game. So if they take it out, they're going to charge you a lot of money. To put it back in, they won't allow it to go back in. They're like looking around saying, that because they know those are the tricks that can expose them. That's we all know that. Because if we have a short of 230 million, and there's only 30 million shares in the float, whatever the number may be, if everybody just took out, 10% of what they own, we would force the issue, right?
Donahue.
George Donahue, that's the name. Anyway, going back to that for a second, he said that it's in every stock. He's finding it everywhere. I've been telling you that for years. It's in every stock. It's in Apple, all these stocks. There's counterfeit shares in all the names. The whole system is full of counterfeits.
This guy says the market is crashing today. Dude, it's down less than 1%. It's funny. I guess it's just perspective, but it used to be 300 points a day was massive. Now it's nothing. It's nothing. It's just taking a deep breath or exhaling.
They probably got Goldman Sachs down 4. They had it up 15 the other day. They take it down 4 today. Maybe UNH is down a little bit. That was big the other day. So what they do is they drop certain stocks up big, and then the next day they take them down a little bit, and you get this sort of action.
He's pointing out it might be Bank of America. That's possible.
Or Is Bank America down today?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out, but they've been shut down.
Listen, just like Boeing was at $190. The wheels were falling off the plane, things were falling off the doors, you name it, and the stock never went down. Eventually, boom, it went down to 155. So it takes a little time. Bank America, Buffett. It used to be if Buffett sold it, people were running for the doors. Who's buying it?
Amazon's down today. Amgen's down. Apple's down. Boeing's down.
Now you go find the ones that are up.
IBM's up. CVX is up. That's rail.
And you'll find them balancing out the Dow. That's what they do. So they got a bunch of them down. They got the other ones up. The other ones that are up today were down yesterday, and they just keep flip flopping them. And what it does, it keeps moving down the road, and everyone thinks the market is doing great. And all they're doing is they're doing a daily correction.
Goldman Sachs is down 6 points, so you're right.
Yeah.
The Cisco kid is flat. I mean, it's a non-event. The market's not crashing. Why is the market crashing today? Do you worry banks like Bank of America could go bankrupt? They can't cover shorts. I think Merrill Lynch is one of the vulnerable brokerage firms, but not right now. Not right now, in my opinion. When we get to all-time highs that you won't believe and your nose is bleeding, buy puts on DOA. Buy puts on any of these. We'll go down 80, 90% from there. But first, a little chi-chi. You know that joke. The market's going to crash, I think, next year. But first, we're going to go to, it's going to be like a roller coaster. We're going to go up 50%, up 30% from here, in my opinion.
Well, that's why I keep trying to tell people, if you got a big winner in these high-tech names and Amazon has been sitting on it, move to the sidelines, what are you looking to squeeze? Another 3-4% out of it? You made 100% already, most people who played those names. Save your money, wait for it to pull back, and then you can get back in. That's it. That's just the way to do it. You can always buy them back. Don't worry about it.
When I was what they call wealth advisor, one of my largest positions across my accounts was Bank of America. It was, I think, $14. But anyway, the analyst we had called it buy all you can, BAC, buy all you can. Because, and it was a great trade for, I don't know, 3 years.
No, I actually met the guy. I was with the gentleman who controlled Prince Alawi's money in Dubai.
I went into his office in Saudi Arabia. I met his wife. Well, that's an exaggeration. I stood behind her in a photograph.
So I was with the guy who runs his money, and when he took the stake in Citibank, we were speaking with them. My friends from Oppenheimer knew him, and just look. These things happen. They get a lifeline. Something happens, and they explode at that point. He saved Citibank. That was back in the day, way before most people on this phone. But again, listen. We could talk about 100 stocks. And George Donahue said, he said as well. People keep coming after him, but he keeps talking about the same stocks. He goes, I can talk about other ones, and that's what I keep trying to tell you. We're having a general discussion about we're on a trading desk, and people have ideas, and we can BS about it. We don't have to like them. You can love them. I could care less. That's just the way it is. Everyone can speak. But, it's nice to know. I had no idea there was news on MLSS today. Thank you very much. When I get up, I'm going to go look at it and read it, see what's going on. And I'm going to try to get more information about it because I wasn't paying attention. And that's how a trading desk works. All right? You can't watch everything. But the one thing we used to all watch was the tape. The tape meaning the trades that are going by. I just want to give you an example. A friend of mine who worked on a very sophisticated institutional desk. One of the highest, the best clients, very sophisticated. So he owned Finger, and he was playing around, and he was putting bids in for 100 shares, right? Just to see what was going on. He's retired now. And he goes, I'm bidding for 100 shares. and they're doing the old trick. They sell 10. Because when they sell 10, your bid is not reflected anymore. So let's say it's 210 to 212. You bid for 210 for 100 shares. They sell 10 shares, and now your bid.
Oh, because you've only bid 100, so
you bid
it
below 100.
it's
right?
now 80. Yeah.
And so it's down to 90 shares. 90 shares doesn't allow you to reflect the bid.
Yeah.
So his 210 bid is now gone, and now he's at 208. He's at the mercy of the market maker. He goes, even though I wanted to pay 210, they won't sell it to me. I'm bidding 208 with the market maker. So he has my order because it's 90 shares. And this is how they keep trying to kick the stocks down. They don't sell it. That's 100. He couldn't believe it that they're doing 10 shares. And I told him I report on that every day. And there's an example of someone trying to buy it. He goes, I bought it eventually, but I bought 10, 2, 4, 8. He goes, I'm buying shares like that. He goes, who the hell's selling it like that? And I say, I report that exact, which is saying to me, I report on it every day. Exactly what he said. And even he says, boy, that is this criminal. That's what we all said the same thing.
Swell. Swell.
I'm just trying to show you that the crime, it pops up everywhere.
It's
And it
just
pops up and it shows its face in different ways. You know, I can't chase them all down. I wasn't doing it. My friend was doing it. He reported back to me, and he just found it being very funny that they would do. He wanted to test it, and he said that's what they were doing. So there's an example. That's an old trick. This way they don't show you bid. They never want to show any strength. If you don't have 100 shares to sell, why would you even bother selling 10 shares? Who's selling 10 shares? And I keep posting, it's called an odd, ODD, an odd lot, meaning below a certain percent, a certain amount, gets below 100. And you know, if you look at it, it paints the tape. If you're not counting the shares that are traded, you would just think, oh, there's a seller who sold it at 210, there's another seller who sold it at 210, another seller at 210. All of a sudden the bid drops, they say, oh my God, the buyer got filled. Meanwhile, nothing happened. And that's like that. And that's what the manipulation is on that aspect. Boy, the sun came out in New York today, got really nice all of a sudden.
That's nice here. It's nice that we're not in the middle of World War III. I was really nervous the other day. Is a squeeze the only way to rectify a short?
No, absolutely not. Jeff Easton can call the company up and say, hey, I'm Jeff Easton. I've been fucking you in the ass for fucking a year now. Can you please sell me stock down here so that I can cover my short, make some money, and you guys can go on your merry way? That's the other way. I'm sure if he says it like that, the company will be glad to help him out.
Maybe that explains the. Never mind. I'll keep that thought regarding local to myself. Flying bus driver says, thank you for the education, Han.
No problem. And my friend is a bus driver. He drives through the beach. My friend.
He flies this guy. You know this guy. He flies JetBlue.
Oh, I'm thinking airplane.
Flies JetBlue.
Oh, I'm sorry, but my friend became a New York City bus driver later in life. He turned 45 and changed his career, and he went to become a bus driver. And New York City had him driving, buses and, to the training. And they drove through the Holland Tunnel. I don't know if anybody knows how small the tunnel is, and the buses. This poor guy was driving a bus through the tunnel for the first time, and he was driving an express bus, meaning that he just made a few stops, and then he had to zoom to the city. And he was terrified of hitting the walls driving his bus. And he had a bus, maybe like 60, 70 people on him, all cursing him out because he was driving so slow. He said they screamed at him through the whole tunnel. Drive faster, what are you doing? We're all going to be late for work. And, he's terrified. But that was his training, driving a bus in New York City.
Why didn't I think of that? Rosenberg, TD Ameritrade. terminated my account in 21 when I asked them for a notarized statement that they bought me real GTI
I
and
told you that.
CBN,
That's why you don't ask it, because they attack the messengers, these guys.
not counterfeit stock.
Steve Rosenberg is an expert. He worked at a big firm, an option guy, understands it. Smart guy, big pain in the fucking ass forever. But he's a smart guy. And he'll, as my friend used to say, he'll chase anything down like a wild dog. He's just a dog. He just keeps going after you. But he did try to fight for everybody at the brokerage firm because he wanted it in writing that he owned shares. They threw him out. You can't ask that. You pay for the securities? We can't tell you that. Who do you think you are? And they threw him out. And that's somebody trying to help out. Think about that for a second. That's the world we live in, and that's what we've been trying to fight. And listen, before you make any major investment in any stock, okay, you have to take into account what you're hearing here. And if you go around the board, okay, and I'm sure everybody can tell you, you're never going to get to what you're learning here anywhere else. Every company is in the dark. They're not in the dark, they're in the pitch black. They don't even know what the hell's going on. Zero. And I speak to them. And they all say the same thing. Well, our lawyers say this. I said, well, when you're going bankrupt, go tell your lawyers. All the lawyers care about is protecting themselves. And Wall Street uses your own counsel to help destroy your company. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name of the company. And I had the guy Dirty Mayo listen to the call one time when I spoke with the head of the company and their general counsel. And he advised the company not to do any crazy things. The company wound up doing reversing. They got wiped out, all of them. I told the CEO, you're going to listen to this guy, you're going to get wiped out. They got wiped out. And I did ask the CEO, I said, what color is your certificates? He goes, what colors? What does that mean? I said, well, it's going to be your wallpaper from your house, but you're never going to sell it. He thought I was a smart ass. It worked out. He got wallpaper. And a good friend of mine lost $5 million in that stock.
So Gretchen's asking about the finger dividend.
Again, I can't comment on it because I don't know anything about it. Listen, when the SEC is involved, if it was any bad news, the SEC would tell you. The company would have to tell you. So what can it be? We've had think tanks thinking about this. We're trying to get the CEO on so he can tell you. Williams reached out to him. He said that when he can speak, he would tell us. So the only logical thing that we can think of is that they had a change in auditors for obviously a new client or something. And that could be slowing things down. And that could be it. I don't know. We really don't know. Because nothing else makes any sense. Lawyers believe that the SEC approval would have happened already. It's in the time frame. We're actually past the time frame. And, there could be a delay because of filings and stuff with their company. So it's nothing earth-shattering. Remember, when a company has bad news, they got to tell you. That's number one. The short sellers don't say anything. They just say sell one. All right, so, the company is, has to be straight up with everybody, and the shorts say whatever they want. So that's where we are.
Gretchen, I feel like because Ham's mentioned it here, the company asked for the deal or the arrangement with Univest to be terminated. I feel like the next thing you're going to hear about is the financing. If the lawyers for Finger shared that with the SEC, that could be a reason for the delay. That's another possibility. And finally, earnings are coming up. So you've got 2 or 3 reasons. The new auditor is probably the most important one as to why the SEC says, you know what, we'll wait. Let's get those events out of the way, and then we'll approve it. But it's up to the SEC. Yeah.
I look at it different, William. I think the company, they raised $2 million with their friends and family at $1.50, right?
I don't think they raised all of it if you read it, but yeah, all right, that's fine.
Whatever. So they, whatever they raised, and it's 6 months restricted. So if there's no filings on it, that restriction time hasn't even begun yet, right? So they're stuck. There's nobody selling any shares. So I don't believe that. I don't believe they would raise money and then raise more money on top of their friends. They would never do that. So I don't believe there was any financing. I think the company is fine, and I think that we're just waiting on the dividend, the earnings, and whatever else they got coming out. That's it.
Well, your West Point friend is pointing out that it's a crime for your broker to buy counterfeit stock. It's a crime by Reg Show. Reg Show's only a oops, the dog ate my homework exemption. You only have a couple of days to clear it up. It's a crime to sell stock you don't own, that you haven't located in writing or borrowed in writing before you sell. That's all a crime. And it's a crime for your broker dealer not to ask for receipt. It's a crime not to settle the shares, but the trades, no one cares. It's too lucrative. It's a crime for hot chicks to snort cocaine, but nobody tells them not to when you're when you're out partying. No, it's the big look the other direction crime. No one cares. No one cares. Ann Wagner doesn't care. And she's from the show.
Your reference that I go out and I give hot chicks cocaine. No one cares.
Well, you used to own a club, didn't you? Did you kick them out when you saw them doing it? No.
No, I gave them more. I sold it to them and gave them more. That's what I did. Really crazy.
Even though you could lose the whole restaurant or the whole club.
I'm gonna risk everything just to get some young hot girl high. That's just what I wanted to do. Okay? There we say, never get high on your own supply, right? That's what happened to Scarface, right? Who's doing the same thing as Scarface? Ken Griffin, right? The guy from Virtue, Jeff Easton. They just keep stealing. They're getting high on their own supply. What happens to them at the end? They're all got busted, right?
Do you think there's counterfeiters in heaven? What will they do when they die?
No, I only wish that them and their family and their children suffer.
No.
Because they're making other families suffer.
But they spent their entire lifetime learning one thing, and what if they get to heaven and there's no counterfeiting? They're going to have to do nothing. They don't have anything.
I want them to suffer on earth. I want them to be eaten apart by cancer, suffer. And I never like to say those words. But they have no regard for anybody on this phone. Couldn't care less. They're just murderers. Look at MMTLP. There's been 3 suicides over finances over there. All right? People put their money up. It's been, 2 years now? They lost everything. Can't pay their house bills. They just took all their money, and the government doesn't even get back to them on it. What did they do wrong by buying the stock? Think about that. And the people that sold it, like the guy from Virtue, the Polish assassin always attacks him, calls him Dirty Doug. He posted, and the guy sarcastic back like it's a joke. This is not a joke. These guys are criminals. They belong in jail. They're murderers. They kill companies for sport. Just look at TELO. We all got a chance to watch TELO from day one. Day one. I told you one guy bought the whole float. And within days, it's traded, every day, traded 400,000 shares and it went down. And there was no selling. The guy owned the whole thing. So now, besides him owning the float, there's 5 other people on the float now. I mean, it's just remarkable that that's what they did. They created a whole new float out of nothing. And this guy bought the whole float. And he's down on it. And this is the first guy in. He knows everything about the company. Everything. And the stock went straight down. If they valued it $7 on the IPO, that means it was worth 15. All right? Because he came in, he gave the money, he did his due diligence, and he wanted the best price for himself if he took the whole deal, right? So if you come in and you say, I'll take the whole deal, everyone's going to say, sure, I'll do that. I don't have to speak to anybody else. Perfect. Makes it easy. And they did it. And the stock is down 20%. And now the company's putting out great news. They don't even care to extend your life. These guys don't care about anything. I don't know what group is on them. But it's just, they're all over the place. It's just numbers. And as far as I'm concerned, they're financial terrorists from offshore. Follow the money. Where does it go? We can see Jeff Easton's money traveling to Australia. The guy's bragging. He's up 220%. You could follow the paper trail. It's going right there. Who knows who that guy's friends are? Who knows who else is looting? Who's got his hand to Jeff Easton to get that money to the guy in Australia? He's paying a middleman. Who the hell knows where he's from? Right? It could be someone trying to kill us. I don't know. You know, so it's out of control. And now they're trying to create. Now with divergence, we got to worry about the strike at the ports. You got to worry about the people in the mountains, the people by Tampa. There's so much shit going on. I can't even keep my head straight. And I'm just trying to stay focused on what we have to do. You don't think my family are concerned about all these crazy things going on? We're all concerned. But we have to stay to what we know. I told you before, I don't know how many people are here. If you don't have financial freedom, you're going to be a slave. If everyone on this phone call was able to make a couple of $1 million and you could do what you want and move and do whatever you like to get away from whatever problems are going on in your area, it would be a pleasure, right? And that's what I want. I want to be able to say, I'm going to pick up. I don't like where I live anymore. I'm moving here. I move my whole family. I'm going here. Right now, we all can't do that stuff. The short sales can. The Kramers, what's his name? Alpine, that guy, John Hurry, whatever his name was. Hal Mintz lives on a state place in Miami. You know, who knows where Jeff Easton lives. All these guys are thrilled. Ken Griffin, he has islands and this. Everybody's having a ball. Wait till everything starts getting really shitty. What's everybody going to do? Right? And here it is, the Kramers and all these guys and Jeff Easton, all these guys are just laughing. And the government, like the guy Greg Graywall, let this all happen. He's the head of enforcement. How do you let it happen? How do you let a handful of people, maybe it's 1,000 of them, 2,000 of them, 5,000 of them, destroy and steal from 300 million people?
That's where the money is. That's where the money is.
Listen, at least be honest about it. Tell everybody, don't invest in the stock market, you're out of your bird. Don't do something else. You know, go buy a piece of land, you're better off. Swamp land is better than this. But we're fighting through it, we're exposing them, and they just continue to sell. There has to be, all right, we know there's 230 million shares short. So let's just make it 30 million. I just wiped out 200 million. If there's 30 million naked shorts, there's got to be a fail to deliver somewhere. Make it 3 million. There's got to be a fail to deliver somewhere. We traded 25,000 shares today. How are they going to cover 3 million shares? There is no stop to sell. How are they going to cover it? That just shows you how deadly this is going to be. I just posted it. I just told you the numbers. Make up the number. Once they stop selling and are forced to go the other way, there is no selling. That's how deadly this is going to be, and that's why it's going to change your life, and that will give you financial freedom. That's what I say. We watched the movies like a Roach Motel. They all went in, they stole all the shares, and they can't get out. How are they going to get out? They haven't bought back a share yet. Even the guy who short 1.5 million is standing here. He can't even come. 25,000 shares a day. Good luck. How is he going to cover 1.5 million when there's only 25,000 traded today? I'll make believe it was 25,000 to buy and 25,000 to sell, which we know is not true. Once he starts buying it, I know everybody's going to front run them. How are they going to buy the 25,000? They won't even be able to buy it. And that's what's going to happen. One day it's going to go 210, boom, 410, boom, 710, boom, 1210. That's how fast it's going to happen. And everybody's going to sit there, what the heck happened? Blah, 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 blah. And the shorts, when they gap it like that, we do not chase it because we're taught not to chase those things. And that's why I keep trying to tell you people, if you want to get involved in anything like this, you got to get in when it's going sideways. You do not want to chase it when it gets dangerous. That's for professionals. You don't want to do that. So if you are in a stock and you want to chase these things, good luck. Please do not ask me about them. I like to buy them when they're on sale. When stocks are on sale, that's when you buy them. You never buy them when they're expensive. That's how I feel. And that's the most important thing about trading, getting in at the right price.
I always overpay.
Yeah, someone has to do that, William. It's so funny that the market goes down and the first stocks to go down are all small cap stocks that have nothing to do with the market going up. Hurry up. I want to send a finger motion because the market's selling off. It's got nothing to do with it. The stock is down 50%. I retweeted this morning the picture of Martin Shen in front of the NASDAQ. What was it, 3 months ago, 4 months ago?
Longer, I think.
Whatever it was. He was in front of the NASDAQ. They were ringing the bell. They had all these big investors from Asia that are pleased and happy, and the stock's down 50%. For what? What did they do wrong? Oh, we got 2 new contracts. What did we do wrong? Oh, no, we got more business. Oh, no, that's not great. No matter what you do, it's a negative. It's a negative. The company's trying to do everything they could possibly do to make the stock go, to make themselves money. And you know, they get all the people working. How would you like to be working there? Imagine working there 3 years right now, and you came into the company, the company started, it was like 287, you tried to pay for it in the beginning. How you doing? Oh, we got stock, and now our positions, this company's worth 2. I've been here 4 years. I started this job when I was 30. I'm almost 35 years old now. I gave up 5 years of my life working with this company, and I can't make any money because there's a naked short seller pushing the stock down. How would you feel if you were them? And you sit there and say, well, that's just one example. I can show you examples in companies in the U.S. where they help handicapped people work, and they all have to quit because they're losing more money. They'd rather go work in the private sector doing something else than working for a public company, getting paid based on compensation as a Christmas bonus is stock options or whatever, and they're worthless. And I met the people, and they all quit. And they sat there, they felt terrible because they like to help people, but they all quit because they can make $115,000 working for a rehab facility versus working for EKSO, who are helping people work with the machines. Because if it worked out and the stock acted properly, they would have made an extra $50,000. They would have made $130,000, $140,000 versus $115,000. But instead, they're making $80,000, and they're sitting there saying, "Well, I don't even have to travel. I can sit here at my own facility in my neighborhood, and I can make more money." So it became a debt spiral, and the people quit. And who suffers? The people that need the machines. And the short sellers don't care. And Lynn Partners invested in RWLK and destroyed it. They destroyed it so much that it changed the name of the goddamn company. It's called Light something now, what the hell it's called. They don't care. And that's the company that makes the robotic that helps people walk. They don't care. Why would they change the name from RWLK, Rewalk, to whatever the hell it is now? It's obviously a company that helps people walk. Why would you change it? They're trying to get away from the past and all the shitty deals or loans the company took, and these guys just raped them on. That's why. Does anyone else have any questions? The market's selling off, and KNW is trading at 28.5 cents. Hurry, let's buy this stock because it has a complete debt spiral, completely worthless company worth a penny, yet they prop it up. They always prop it up when the market goes down. KYP says the company's got good fundamentals. It doesn't make a difference what the company does. They're going to use the company to put out good news, to pump it up so they can short into it. It'll be pennies. They have the right to convert at pennies, and that's what they're going to do. They don't look at what a company does. They're here to rape, loot, whatever they can do. And if they were in here, had the stock go from 90 to 28 cents in the first place. They're just trying to prop it up because once it breaks down for good, it's all over with because no one's going to buy it. And what the company will survive, the company will get killed down to 2 cents and 10 cents and say, hey, we're going to be delisted. We have to reverse our stock, and they'll do whatever and get it back up to a couple of bucks. They'll beat it down again, and maybe after the second time, the company will have the proper fundamentals and the revenue to survive the raping. And it happens all over. Root happened to them, CELU, MULN, GNS, blah, 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 blah. The list goes on and on.
Paulie wants you to summarize fngr, if you can, like your elevator pitch. He's trying to explain it to a couple of investors.
It's pretty easy, Paulie. Listen, this is a U.S. company that's doing business in China. They started out with the top-up minutes. In China, everybody needs to charge they have to pay for their phones. They don't have a Verizon and AT&T. You got to go out and buy minutes. So it's like a prepaid phone. If you don't have a phone and you don't pay for your minutes, you can't use it. There's no cash in that society. Everything's done through your cell phone. So unlike here, everybody's using their phones. You have to top it up. Finger motion is allowed to do that. So it's like a toll collector. They buy minutes for 99 cents and they sell it for $1. Only there's 1.5 billion people doing this stuff. All right. The people that had the lock on that contract was 10 cents in Alibaba. Finger motion all of a sudden squeezed into this business by accident. So the more they do, the bigger they get. Eventually they'll get Alibaba and 10 cents will be kicked out. I heard many years ago Alibaba and 10 cents got caught with their hand in the cookie jar by the Chinese government. They were allowing big businessmen to buy $1 billion worth of phone credits at a discount, and they were selling it outside of China, let's say in Singapore, for the same price. And all they were doing was laundering their money out of China. And Alibaba and 10 cents got caught doing that. And that's how fngr came up from the ashes. And from that, they went into text messaging business, which is better again awarded by the government. The difference between them and other companies is that when you apply as, let's say, a BMW car dealership, and you want to send a message out to all your people that own BMWs, you have a special on tires or whatever, you have to go to somebody like Finger Motion. Finger Motion then gets the information you want to send out. They give it to the government. They get a stamp and saying this content is approved by the government. Finger Motion comes back to you, and you have to pay for it. What's the difference between Fingr and the other people that have that license? Finger Motion has 1 hour service. The other people have 2 months service. So you can apply to put out a message. So Finger Motion somehow seems to have the express line in getting those things approved. I'll leave it at that and wonder how that can happen, right? From that, the company got a deal done with the telecoms. Okay, the telecoms are allowing Finger Motion to see data on what the consumers are spending their money on using their credit cards. They swipe their phones, they can see everything on their phones. They can see whether they're spending money on broccoli or buying alcohol all day. They can tell how fast you're going because your cell phone has to pass the towers. Finger Motion is working with the telecoms, the Chinese telecoms, and they allowed Finger Motion to sell this content to the reinsurance companies, Munich Re and Pacific Life Re, because they want to make life insurance policies available to the Chinese. They want to make sure that they give you the right rate on driving. They can tell whether you're an Uber driver or just someone that drives to the train station. They can tell everything about you. And that's why the insurance companies are so important. And I went out to Finger Motion a long time ago and I said, hey, give me the data. I want to sell it to the big hedge funds because wouldn't it be nice to know as soon as someone buys Starbucks coffee in China, we would be able to see how much Starbucks makes every day in China. Think about that for a second. How valuable will that be to a big hedge fund? Hey, Starbucks has got no sales in China. How do you know? We can see the data. Big Emotion, I had it set up. I was going to put up 10 million. I was going to produce that information, set up a firm out of New York City. I wanted to get that data, and it says, no, we're going through the insurance. It's a bigger business, and they didn't want anything to do with the fast buck. I was the fast buck guy. They wanted nothing to do with it. But I had the people ready to back it. We were going to sell the reports daily. How much money? The only person who knows how much money Starbucks makes in a day is Starbucks. That would have been us also. And go look how Nike, Starbucks, McDonald's, any sales, Tesla in China, how it affects the price in the US on those stocks. It's massive. And Fingermotion has the information. That's how important that information is. But people want the information to be compiled, resold, and packaged in like a year. It just doesn't happen that fast. They were never in the data business. They're in it now, and they have to figure out how the insurance companies would like to pay for it, how they want it packaged, and how they're going to charge for it. And that's what's going on. I have a friend that works at Roth Capital, and he told me they spoke with management, and he told me to focus on the data because those numbers are coming. All right, this is a research report that I have nothing to do with it. My friend works at the firm and told us they were speaking to them. I kept it quiet for a while. Roth Capital has spoken to management, and I assume a report will come shortly. I just don't know when, right? It's not up to me. But my friend told me to focus on data, and it's going to be big numbers. When does it come out? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever, it's coming. All that information I just spoke about is on fingermotion.com. You can go there. There's a timeline. You can see the times they signed the deals with Munich Re, Pacific Life Re. It's all right there. It goes forward. And then we go back into this year. We signed the deal where they signed for the top-ups of everyone. They have an app. So if you want to charge your electric car in China, you use Fingermotion's app. Fingermotion will accept the payment, will pay the provider, whoever provided the power, and Fingermotion gets a cut of that. Well, in the US, it's $15 to charge your Tesla at a charging station. How do I know that? My friends have a Tesla, I don't have one, and that's what they pay. So let's say they get $1 each time someone charges their car. How many cars are in China that are doing this stuff? They just started that business. Who approved of them getting that license? Why don't we look into that? Who approved them to get that license? Right? I don't think they just give it to everybody on the street. Hey, William's going to act, and he's going to collect $1 and he'll pay your bill for it. No, it's got to be someone that everybody knows. And Fingermotion got that deal. While they're waiting, they got listed on the NASDAQ. They rang the bell, and then they came out with this less deal with the Chinese government. And I'm sure I missed 1 or 2 deals in the middle of it. There's a lot. But the company keeps spreading out, getting bigger, stronger contracts, and it takes time to drive the revenue. I'm hearing the revenue on this installation for the Chinese government is about $50,000, $30,000 to $50,000 of profit on each car. Now, I don't know how many they've done so far. I'm hearing there's millions of them in China.
So what's that? The profit is how much?
30 to 50,000 per car.
And you said there's 4 million cars.
There's 4 million cars.
It wouldn't seem like they'd ever need another contract again.
Listen, you know what it is. That's what I'm hearing. So again, what's the pattern? It's right there in front of you. But Jeff Easton and his friends selling 100 shares back and forth, trying to change the perception, and they don't want you to read what's on the news. If the news is on the tape, I keep posting it, telling you to read it. And that's how you base your decision for, listen, we all bought an Apple because Apple had the iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many numbers it is now. Everyone had kids. We were always changing and upgrading our phones. I haven't upgraded my phone in 5 years. Because guess what? I don't need to take pictures all goddamn day. I don't really care what's on here. I get my email, I get my text messages, and that's it. I really don't give a shit. So they lost a whole bunch of people doing it. And to me, when you start losing people like that, what's Apple into? Apple started going to Apple programming, TV, this. They're changing their, what we just say, the luster's come off the phone service, right? Nobody's changing these phones in like the hot potatoes anymore, right? Everyone's holding on to them. So business has matured and they're changing it. Finger motion just keeps getting new deals every other day. It's crazy. And yet we got a seller in the stock every day, selling 200. I put up the sales, and listen, people do not buy stocks every 3 minutes. Stocks trade like that on institutional names. Apple, Nvidia, there's always institutions getting in and out of those names, and that's why you get trading all the time. This stock has no reason to trade up and down all day. There's really nothing going on. See if you want to buy it. When the buyer comes in, it's to move up. When the seller wants to come in, it goes down. We've had a seller for months. Every day. And they don't sell size. They sell 2, 5, 8, 10. It's a manipulation seller. It's not a real seller. The data, we put it up every day. Finger motion data every day. We show 40, 50, 60% every day. Just making sure that comes from FINRA. I'm not making that number up. We've been compiling that for a long time. I stopped counting almost a year ago when I hit 230 million. I said, what's the difference? 230, 240, 250. I do believe it's at 250, but I don't want to say it. I'll say it 230. What's the difference? Make it 200. What's the big deal? If there wasn't a problem, we put the truck in front of the SEC 15 times. In front of the SEC enforcement conference in November at the Mayflower Hotel. If there wasn't a problem, they would have contacted us and said, you guys, what are you fucking retarded? There's nothing wrong with this stock. But no one's ever said boo. 15 times in front of their doors. You've seen the pictures of it. We didn't make believe. William was standing out there. Everybody sees it. That is whistleblowing, not quietly. We were whistleblowing right in the lobby of their building. That's proof that we were whistleblowing. You can't get any stronger proof than that one. It's right there. So for the gentleman who wanted any more recap on finger motion, there it is. I paid $287 for it, December 31st, 2018. The company just got the contract on the top-up business. It's 2024. All right, almost 5 years later, the company's 100 times, 1,000 times stronger, better, business coming out all over the place, listed on the NASDAQ, going the right way, and the stock is down. I'm down from 87 cents down to 210, whatever, 210, whatever it is. How's that possible? That's the U.S. equity markets? And the only reason I'm still standing around when the stock spikes because of the criminals. And I know what GameStop did, and I posted about it. This is 100 times better than GameStop because guess what? We've all had the time to get educated about it. We've shown the regulators what's going on here. We've shown everything, and the company's going the right way. And now, in 24 days, going down to 23 days, we have Pat Byrne. Pat Byrne is the strongest you can possibly get. And I doubt that anybody, Jeff Easton, anybody wants to go against Pat Byrne. He will rip them apart. This is a world-class guy. He's helped Donald Trump with the election, the fraudulent election. He did it by himself. He didn't even vote for Donald Trump. He's a true American that did it on his own dollars, and he helped get exposed all the election fraud. You can say there was no election fraud. Pat Byrne has nothing to do with Democrats, Republicans. He's a libertarian, but he's an American in the middle, and he's proven that there's been election fraud. Now, you don't like it. I got it. People don't like him. I don't like her. I don't give a shit. Pat Byrne is going to destroy them. He's come back into my life after going out, being diagnosed with cancer, and he's coming back. All right? He saved the United States with the election fraud stuff, and now he's coming back. And his voice, he's coming back to do one thing: fix stock settlement. There's a bunch of bad guys here controlling this, and he wants them out. Not my words. Pat Byrne's words. I put it up on Twitter. I spoke to him yesterday. I'm working on a time to get him on the call, and I will make him address lifetime imprisonment, stock settlement, and the destruction of what they've done to American companies and investors, and how he's going to pay them back. And he's more angry than me when it comes to this, because they destroyed his company. His company was $75, went to $3. How do you think he felt fighting these guys? For years fighting them. And when he finally busted him, it went from 3 to 128. So he worked 10 years fighting against these criminals, and basically stock went from $75 to $125. Good deal. He got out, but don't get me wrong, he busted his ass every day, 24/7. And if you go on Twitter and follow him, Pat Byrne, you can see how he's still fighting for election fraud to make sure that everything he exposes every day. He even helped the FBI go after Hillary Clinton. She took a bribe of $18 million from a foreign government. Pat Byrne did that. You can't get anybody stronger on our side. And if you don't see it and you don't feel it, then I'm sorry, because you know what? You don't even know how powerful this guy is. I put it up there 1,000 times. Meet Pat Byrne. Just Google Pat Byrne on YouTube. Pat Byrne, make it short. Go look at his speeches. He's a little weird to listen to because he goes in different tangents. He's not easy to understand. But at the end of the day, he hits it nail right on the head. He was the most hated man on Wall Street because Pat Byrne was the most well-known. They had to treat him with respect because his father sold his business, Geico, to Warren Buffett. I wasn't respected because my father was a garbage man. I'm still not respected, but I don't care about that. And for all the idiots that listen to Kitty Cat, those poor people are more brain dead than anybody else. Listen to that guy. Listen to a guy who lived in his mother's basement. What do you got in your mind? And those poor souls that just sold out and just sat and bought the stock, diamond hands this, diamond hands that. Everybody on Wall Street sold it. I put it up. There was the institutional ownership was over 177%. It's now 28%. All those people that bought it, 177 down to 28. Let's just make it 120, make it 25, right? 150% everybody sold. What do you think they did? They sold into the run. How come they're not coming back buying it back? Company sold 150 million shares. No one's ever filed that they bought it before they were filing, but now no one filed on it. Until that changes, there's nothing to discuss. The stock is a sell. And don't get me wrong, I hope there's a short there and they squeeze them again and the company raises more money. But, I put up yesterday, William, GameStop should open up a brokerage firm. Why not? You got every retail account in the world. Leave all these brokerage firms. And all you have to do is become self-clearing. And if anyone who doesn't deliver the stock, he forces them to buy in. He can force the short squeezes himself. And by the way, the brokerage stocks never go down, right? Go look at them. They're always higher. Jeffries, Interactive Brokers, $140. When is he making money from Interactive Brokers, right? He's always creating. You always see his position stock long. He's loaning stocks out, right? There's no commission. Everyone's giving the order flow to Ken Griffin. Where does the money come from? I'm sorry, William. I'm just babbling. That gentleman got me going crazy.
Oh, he wanted a short summary. You showed him.
I'm sorry. I tried to touch on many things, and you could pick whatever you want to choose out of that. But for anybody who wants to really understand finger motion, how the fuck did they get a contract to put all this information into the emergency vehicles in China, and they're a U.S. company? I told you, it's like the Chinese government hiring William to go put out, what they say, hiring the CIA to go put technology in their trucks in China. I mean, that's how crazy it is. Unless the people in finger motion are tied to the Chinese government, all right, that makes sense, right? Get that contract. And that tells me all you need to know about this company. And the Chinese government, everyone's looking for someone to give them a revenue. Munich Re didn't excite anybody here. Only a $55 billion company. Pacific Life Re is a $10 billion company. AIZ insures every cell phone in the U.S. They're starting to do in China. That doesn't excite you. AIZ, no big deal. Pacific Life Re, $10 billion reinsurance company. China Mobile, China Unicom, only the biggest telecoms in the world. And now you're throwing what? The Chinese government? No. As far as countries, I think they're running the top two, right? With the biggest, economy in the world. And that doesn't excite you? I don't know what's going to excite you. The reason that you're not excited is because of the 100 share manipulation. 100, 200 shares, 100, all day long. No stocks act like this. This is designed to get you to panic and sell. That's all it is. Hey, wait, I saw that stock MLGO got slaughtered, bounced back up to like 40 cents or something like that today. On 143 million shares. I don't believe there's that many shares in the company, but
So maybe that's a short squeeze. I don't know.
no, it was $30 a couple weeks ago.
Wally says thanks, Sam.
Any questions? Feel free. I'll answer them all. And just off the top of my head, I'm not reading anything. It just listen. The most important thing, and I was taught as an institutional broker. When I got on the phone with a big money manager, guy running $5-10 billion, back in those days, it was huge money. Okay, that's like a $50 billion guy today. You have to have that story right on the tip of your tongue. And you have to repeat it, say the same thing over and over again. Because you know what? They're looking for you to make a mistake and change your story. I've never changed my story. It's the same stupid story every day for 24 years. Right? And that's why I get respect from Wall Street people, because they know what I say. You can just ask a question and it comes out the same way. You can ask me any question, it'll always come out the same way. Okay? Some things I don't know. I can't answer. I can't say anything about it. The SEC filings with the SEC. I spoke to lawyers who are familiar with these things. They said the time is past. It should have happened. But if they were going to be bad news, the company would have to report it. So that's why I asked William to reach out to the company. Maybe the company could say something. And the company said, the CEO said, when he can speak, he'll be glad to do it. William told you that. So we're sitting here waiting for the company. You don't think the company wants to tell us what's going on? They have to wait. Obviously, they're waiting for a reason. There's something good probably coming, right? They can't hide bad news. They have to tell you. So it's got to be good news. Something, a contract. Listen, anybody who has a business, if it's big business, not a small business, you have to negotiate the deal. Then you get to lawyers in the deal. William knows. They give papers back, get forward, change this word, change that word. Maybe finger motion has to get approved by the Chinese government. I've heard that before. It takes time. It could take 4 months to get a deal out. You just can't say, hey, we met these guys, we got a deal, put it on the tape. You can't do that. I would, but they can't do that. And some of the things I sent to Mr. Tepper were talking about the dividends. And I told him how it's, how important it is to expose the shorts. And I referenced Whole Foods with the link about that, how a dividend exposed 13 million counterfeit shares. And that's one of the things the company's doing to combat this fraud. And so if he's not familiar with it, which I believe he is, that we're educating him on the company, the contracts, and the naked shorts, all in a short and sweet email that will catch his attention. And it's going to catch his attention because I was referred 3 different ways by 3 different people that are very close to him. And they all come out of Carnegie Mellon. If anybody doesn't know Carnegie Mellon, it's one of the best schools in the country. And some of the brightest minds come out of there. So we came in with great references. Even though I'm a dummy, we came in with great references. Yeah, but Gretchen Morgenson said I'm not a dummy.
Yeah, but she didn't know you. That's before she knew you.
I'm like a parrot. I actually get fascinated watching on Twitter people that talk to their birds and they repeat everything. That's me. That's what I become.
It still fascinates your wife.
My family hates me listening about naked shorts. My whole life I've always talked about this nonsense.
You're multifaceted. Pickleball and shorts.
That's it.
And FSU football.
See, I bring that up. I'm destroyed about that. We went from being the king to being the garbage cow in 1 year. But we'll be back. Everything goes in a cycle. We'll be in there. For people who need replacement surgery, actually, I'm going to be 2 weeks starting tomorrow. Is that, I guess 14 days, tomorrow, Friday. I had a walker. The first day and a half, I threw that out. I had a cane for 2 days. I've been walking without anything. I actually went to the pickleball court yesterday, and I helped a friend of mine. I was teaching her how to hit the ball. I didn't run around, but I was hitting it in. Still, I do hit them in the backyard. Still, I hit them. And the only pain I had, and I ride a bike all day, 7 times a day, 15 minutes. I go through this program that they gave me. They gave me some sort of, not a Peloton bike, some other bike that they monitor on. And the only pain I have is at night. It's like, holy cow, it's like someone stabbed you every once in a while on the night in the kneecap. So I'm going to see the doctor tomorrow, and hopefully he can give me what's next to happen in this case. But I have no communication with the doctor since the surgery. That was it. So within 2 weeks, I've been up and walking. I walk, I drive, I get in the car. It gets a little stiff, but don't be afraid to do it. I was terrified to do it. I was nervous. I never had surgery, and it was no big deal. So William, if you have to go do anything, go get a hip or shoulder, whatever you got to do, get in there.
Yeah. If everybody moved finger to the transfer agent, would that be considered manipulation?
Yes, it would. And I can't tell you to do it because they'll come after me for manipulation. So I can't sit there and orchestrate.
Oh, God.
The only thing I would tell you that I really believe in is that everybody, for a Christmas gift, buy niece, nephew, one share, and have them following along. If you're passionate about this and you really want to understand it, and I understand that everybody's wealthy, but for $2, you buy them one share and then look at it and they teach them a little bit. You can discuss it with them. There's a company that you believe has been making sure, what does that mean? Blah, 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 blah. And you can have a conversation and educate your niece, your nephew, your son, your daughter, and teach them about the equity market. And you would get them down the road so fast that they would understand it. And this way, the rest of their life, they can have this education with them. Don't let it go to waste. One share. I would tell anybody to take the shot. It's $2.20, whatever it is. And just you can have a conversation, educate, talk to them about it. Hey, how's the stock doing today? Did you look? Yeah, sure. It was 220. It's 245. And you can say, well, if it breaks this number, you can always have a conversation about it. When there's news coming, or the SEC, or Pat Byrne, or something comes up, you can at least have a conversation about it. Don't let it go to this, waste. At least, you don't have to buy the share. But I think if they have it in their account and you can look at it, I think it'll educate them more. Because it's more touchy-feely. You can feel it. You can see the dollar amount, up, down, sideways, whatever it is. Anytime you can see them, have a phone call with them. Hey, the stock went up 30 cents today. Did you see that? So imagine if you understood this yourself and you had 10,000 shares, you'd be up 3,000. You can let them dream about the stock market. That's what it's about. There's no guessing. Learn how it works. I know people that come from nothing and became very wealthy. Making they're worth $5, $10, $20 million. People that worked on the trading desk with me. What do? They just go out on it. I know a guy today, he's 70 years old, and, he owns Finger Motion, he owns the things that I talk about, but he also goes out there, and I told you before, he buys 2,000 of this one, 2,000 that one, he doesn't buy 10,000, he buys two, a bunch of stocks that he likes, and when they run up, he makes a dime, he makes 30 cents, before you know it, he's up $2,000 to $3,000 a day. He entertains himself. And at the end of the day, he doesn't have positions, and he starts over again tomorrow with new games. So maybe he buys the stock and it dropped back down 50 cents. If you like it at 22, why wouldn't you like it at 21.50, whatever it may be? And that's how you and they just keep chopping away, making 2,000 to 3,000 a day, 10,000 a week, 40,000 a month. And that's how you're playing big. And at the end of the day, he doesn't even know who the CEOs of any of these companies are. So this is an education that can teach you the rest of your days. Even if you got a broken knee or a hip or whatever. You can always do this. Anything else, William?
At the end of the day, it's the end of the day.
I just look at some of the stocks. WRAP, my friend told me about, they make a device. if you just Google and watch it, it goes back, reminds me of Taser back in the old days, Steve Rosenberg's friends. Taser was a device that the people were making tasers for the police. The Short used to write negative stories about every day about that stock. Oh, you can't have the police get that, they'll be tasing people, it's too dangerous, blah, blah, blah. Instead of shooting you, they were tasing you, right? They fought, the Short got squeezed in that stock, I forgot how high it went, but they roasted them alive. This company makes them wrap. If you shoot it, they shoot a gun, and it wraps around your legs. As soon as it goes, you're wrapped up. You can't even move.
Hey, boy.
And I think that if you look at it, this is another company that is working with the police departments. You can read the news about it. And I'm looking at it and saying, well, this is the same thing like Taser. Shorts knock it down from $5 down to $1.40. They don't care anybody. Zero. You can go read the stories on it. I watched it. I followed it. The stock went straight down. I went with him to the CEO Rumble. He talked a big game. I spoke with him. His stock is $5, doing nothing. You know, all these guys think that because they have some cash in the bank, they're going to be carried to the promised land. Well, when you're an idiot, you're an idiot. There's nothing you can do about it. The Shorts will take advantage of it sooner or later. I don't think anyone's coming to bail him out, so he better bail himself out. He wanted me to prove to him, get him the data, and then he'll believe that there's naked shorts in the stock. That's what he wanted me to do. And I basically told him, "Oh, do me a favor. Wait for me. I'll call you back. Hold your breath." Get out of here. This guy, was he nuts? Like they're giving away the information just for him because he's rumbled. I said, "You got Dan Bongino. Get him on the case." I couldn't care less. I tried. Someone referred me to you. I spoke with you, and you wanted me to work for you for free to go get your data, which you can't possibly get. Look at MMTLP. All they want is the number of blue sheet. They did the investigation. They won't even tell them how many shares of people own. It's pretty easy. I draw the circle on finger motion all the time. The circle, there's 1 million shares at the DTC, and the blue sheet investigation is, okay, everybody, how many shares do you own? Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, E-Trade, Schwab, Ameritrade. How many shares do you guys own? That's all the blue sheet is. And everyone will say, I own. If there's only 1 million shares, and all the brokerage firms report they own 1 million, and there's 20 of them, there's 20 million shares that are owned, and there's only 1 million free trading shares. 19 million accounted. But that's how easy that is. And they won't tell them what it is. So now you have to do things to sort of expose them, to give you that information. So using a dividend is a way to get the system, the system that they designed, we get it to work against them. That's what we're doing. Of course, they won't give us the information. But when we do get it, we're going to roast guys like Jeff Easton and his friends. And it's going to lead to his friend in Australia and any other people in his network that we don't know about. Because there's definitely people moving money around for him. All right? Jeff Easton's going to sit there. I didn't make it short. Yeah, sure, we know it's not you. We know it's everybody next to you that's doing it. And there's no way that Jeff Easton hasn't made a mistake over all these years of robbing these companies. You know he took a wire when he wasn't supposed to get it. You know he's done something. You know his phone records. Everything about him has been, will lead back to him. They all think, all the criminals always think that this stuff goes away. It doesn't go away. And again, me and William bumped into a guy at a dinner. You know Jeff Easton? Biggest scumbag in the world, and he's 100% orchestrating the naked shorting and finger motion. That was what the guy said to me and William. We both looked at each other. So, okay, that's pretty good. Out of the gate. Then I told you about the CEO. She went to see Jeff Easton. The first thing he says to her, I'm not shorting your stock. Think about that. She said, that's the strangest thing I've ever heard anybody ever say. I've never even asked him that. But thanks for that information. That tells you everything you need to know about this guy. He's rich, everybody's poor. He's up 220%, everybody else is down 100%. How's that working out? I told you, he's got better returns than Warren Buffett. 200. What's Warren Buffett's return? Does anyone can tell you what it is, William? Tell someone to Google it. What's Warren Buffett's annual return? See if somebody can Google that on the call while we're talking. I'm sure it's not 220%. And the best part is the guy, what's the guy's name again? Rockefeller? What's his name again?
What do you sign? What do you draw when you sign something? Put your blank on the dotted line.
Like signature? Your
What's
name?
another name for signature? It's your John Hancock.
Oh, John Hancock. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting. I know it's one of those fancy names. John Hancock, right. He's bragging he's up 220%. Never thinking that Lynn's probably faking that this guy put it in the newspaper. I'm up 220%.
Of course, in your case, it's Mark is saying it's just your mark in your case. Just draw an
I'm
X.
like a Civil War guy. I signed
Draw
up
an
for the
X.
Civil War. I just put an X. Actually, my signature is heroic. It's terrible. It looks like 15 letters all in one. It's just like a bundled mess. But does anyone configure? Hey, did anyone tell us what Warren Buffett's annual return is?
Who cares? It's good.
It's not 220% a year. That's for sure.
Whatever it is, it's good.
And Warren Buffett only has winners, and he's not up 220%. Figure that one, right?
Yeah.
Jeff Easton only has losers, and he's up 220%. That's a magic trick. That's unbelievable. Is there anything else, William? Otherwise, I'm just gonna put some ice on my knee and go ride the bike again.
There's nothing else.
Well, everybody, I'll leave it at that. Have a great night, and I think I have the doctors in the morning at 11, William, so I'll be available in the afternoon. I'll post up as much as I can tonight. Remember, October 9th is the updated, is this September? Yes, no, we're in October, right? October 9th is the updated short interest. It's 1,520,000. The short covers 200,000. He's showing you he's trying to cover. And if you're looking at the stock today, he's traded 33,000 shares. How's he covering? He's not. I told you, they can't hide the covering. They just can't wash trades in big blocks because that's easy to detect. If it ever gets investigated, they'll find them really quickly. That's why you're seeing all these funny trades going up, because they're trying to make it look like it's retail. And they can only do so much on a given day. All right, that's so you understand that. October 9th is the next, and we're down to 23 trading days. I told you I wait for Pat Byrne to give me the day. We'll get that up on the tape. William's waiting for the CEO of Finger Motion, who's in a quiet period for whatever reason. He'll give us an update on all the stuff we want to ask. I can't wait for that. And what else are we waiting for? Earnings are coming out the 13th, you said? I think you said the 13th?
11th was what
The 11th?
corrections said.
All right, the 11th.
Fine.
We're waiting on that. And I think we covered everything. There's not much more to cover. We got what's the stock trading at today? I don't know where it is. Where is it right now, Wayne?
210.
210, and obviously down a penny or two, right? Always down a penny or two.
Now you're up. It's 208, 210, 14 by 7, 33,000 shares.
All right, so we're hanging on by life support that we're up today. God forbid we have an update, right? No,
Yeah.
Even my brother always says, even a shitty stock goes up sometimes. This one is a good company, and it can never go up. Sell every day. And I told you I was invited to a Halloween party. Some of the biggest holders, each owning millions of shares apiece, and I'll be with them. November 1st is the party, Friday night, I believe it is. So I'll go to that and see if I can rile up any of the boys there to double down. Let's see what I can do. Ouch. Just trying to straighten my knee out and got a nice pain. But anyway, everyone, listen, have a great day, and please ask away the questions, And like I said, think about
32% is the answer to your question.
He's up 32%. John Hancock is up 220%. You have to be a fool to invest in Warren Buffett. He only has winners, and he's only up 32%. But this guy has nothing but losers, and he's up 220%. God damn. Imagine if Jeff Easton ever had a winner, what he'll be up. Wow, that's unbelievable. Nothing but losers. He's up 220% if the SEC is listening, or the DOJ, or the FBI. Warren Buffett has nothing but winners, and he's up 32%. Boy, is that unbelievable. Who needs to go to college to learn how to figure this out? Just invest in anything. It goes down, and it goes down, you're a winner. It goes up, a winner. Who's better than that? Anyway, everyone, listen, have a great night, and I'm going to go ice my leg and go ride the bike. Anyway, have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Call ended.
Oh, Lordy. This is Jim Rickards. So how many of you know the Middle East map? Pretty amazing, huh? Here's Turkey, which is a massive country. Look at Iran, Persia, a massive country. Iraq is kind of small. The oil fields here in Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. It's Bahrain, I think. Or is that Qatar? I don't know. I guess it's Qatar. Maybe Bahrain is right there. I don't know. It doesn't show. This is the UAE here. That's the Straits of Hormuz. And here is the conflict. Lebanon. Israel. This is all Israel. There were no Palestinians here. It was a people without land and a land without people. You can look it up. Mideast tinderbox set to explode. There's so much happening right now, including last night's vice presidential debate. It's hard to know where to begin. But yesterday's attack by Iran on Israel needs to be addressed because of its potentially massive implications. Iran launched a major missile attack against Israel in apparent retaliation for recent Israeli attacks upon Iranian proxy Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Details of the attack remain sketchy, and Israel is extremely secretive about whatever damage it sustained. So I don't want to speculate too much because I only have limited information. But based upon that information, Iran launched close to 200 ballistic missiles against Israel. Targets were apparently limited to military and intelligence facilities, not civilian centers. So in that respect, you can say that the Iranian attack was restrained. But unlike the Iranian attack on Israel back in April, which included slow-moving drones and cruise missiles, this attack appears to have been conducted exclusively with ballistic missiles. Iran claims 80% or more of its missiles got through to their targets. On the other hand, Israel claims it shot down about 90% of the missiles with US and even Jordanian intelligence. Maybe the truth is somewhere in between. Some reports indicate that Iran gave the United States advance notice of the attack, while others say that's not true. Washington did release warnings ahead of time that Iran was preparing a missile attack, but that could have been the result of intercepted communication, satellite imagery, or other forms of technical intelligence. Flight time from Iran to Israel is between 5 and 12 minutes. So Israel would have had little time to prepare if it didn't have notice. Both the United States and Israel claim the attacks were defeated and should be considered a failure. But video clips of the attack clearly reveal that many missiles penetrated defenses and hit the ground. In one clip, no fewer than 12 missiles landed nearly instantaneously in a fairly tight grouping. They most likely saturated and overwhelmed Israeli defenses. Did Iran take out a major Israeli airbase? We don't know, but unconfirmed reports claim this particular cluster of missiles struck Israel's Nevatim airbase, which is one of its largest. The base is also protected by the densest air defenses in the world. So if reports are accurate, Iran was able to defeat Israel's air defenses. It seems that the missiles that got through were hypersonic Fateh-2 missiles, which Iran claims it used in the attack. There's no defense. Given the relatively high number of hypersonic missiles, Iran sent Israel a clear message. We can hit you whenever and wherever we want to. Next time will be worse. Iran is also imposing a high cost on Israel. Israel's primary anti-missile interceptors are named Arrow and David's Sling. An Arrow missile costs $3.5 million, while the Sling costs about $1 million. If we assume Iran launched 200 missiles, yesterday's attack cost hundreds of millions to defend against. These are highly sophisticated systems whose production is limited. How many more large-scale attacks can Israel withstand? What happens next? Israel has warned it will retaliate. It's possible that Russia, a couple of months ago, didn't want a wider Middle Eastern war to interrupt the upcoming BRICS meeting in Kazan, Russia, later this month. Maybe Kazan is where they'll have the next Bretton Woods. That's speculation. But Russia has no interest in a wider Middle East war. I don't know if China played a role. But China needs Iranian oil and doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. Why now? Why is Netanyahu goading Iran into attacking? Israel assassinated Hezbollah's political leader in Beirut last week. It's almost like Netanyahu has been goading Iran into attacking Israel so he can justify large-scale military action against Iran with U.S. support. Netanyahu has even recorded a video telling the Iranian people, asking them to support regime change and telling them that when Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. What prompted him to say that? After failing to retaliate against Israel in August, Hezbollah have begun to question Iranian power and reliability. Iran may therefore have concluded that it couldn't back down from Israel's most recent provocations. It had to retaliate. Now the ball is in Israel's court, as it were. Depending on what happens next, we could be facing a wider Middle Eastern war, which could potentially involve the United States. Besides the human cost, a war would have serious economic implications. If we're not in a recession already, we're clearly heading for one. A new Middle East war would drive up the price of oil, maybe dramatically, depending on how the conflict unfolds. We'd be staring in the face of a major recession, which would crush average Americans. That could be the final nail in the coffin of the economy. My advice to you is put on your crash helmet. Be selective with stocks, have cash on hand, and get some gold. Written August 1, will Trump make it to the election? Today, October 1. Today, Iran launched a major missile attack against Israel, which heightens chances of a wider Middle East conflict. The second assumption attempt on the life of Donald Trump in the past 2 months is already being memory holed by the mainstream media. Who's to blame for the second attempt? Beyond the obvious implications for society, the latest attempt will have major ramifications for investors. The economic policies of the two candidates are very different. Trump wants to lower taxes, less regulation, high tariffs to create high-paying U.S. jobs, a policy first advocated by Alexander Hamilton and later expanded by Henry Clay and Abraham Lincoln. Trump wants an end to wars in Ukraine and Middle East, a strong national defense, reforms to the FBI and to the intelligence community. Harris, that's Kamala, if you don't know her last name, wants higher taxes, higher capital gain taxes on stock profits, more regulations, open borders, which lowers average raises, a depleted defense posture, permanent wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, censorship of dissenting views under the label of misinformation, and a continualization of the weaponized FBI to wage war on domestic political opponents. When you put it that way, I'm voting for Kamala. That's a much better platform. The choice is clear. Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. Yet investors and voters won't have a choice if Trump is made obsolete. Increasingly, it appears that the United States government, operating through the Secret Service, FBI, and CIA, is at least complicit in the Trump assumption attempts. They may be actively creating conditions for an assumption through intentional gross negligence by Trump's security detail and nurturing mentally deranged Trump haters in a way which leads to an event. Let's explore these claims in detail. The last attempted assumption of a president was the shooting of President Reagan in 1981, over 43 years ago. The attempt before that was President Ford 49 years ago. And of course, John F. Kennedy was extinguished in 1963, 61 years ago. That makes two shucks and one assumption of US presidents in the past 61 years. President Trump has been the victim of two assumption attempts in the last 80 days. Something is seriously wrong with this timeline. One is reminded of the Ian Fleming quote from Goldfinger, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, three times is enemy action. Twice is enemy action. At this point, it is fair to conclude that the USSS is complicit in the Trump assumption attempts. The security failures at Butler are well known at this point and do not need to be repeated here. The Secret Service failed to secure the perimeter, failed to secure the Scheider's rooftop location within 150 yards of Trump's podium with a clear line of sight, and didn't notice that the bad guy was using a rangefinder and a drone to survey the area, and that the shooter was clearly visible on his rooftop position with a unmentionable. Attendees at the rally tried to warn the local police and the Secret Service. The local police tried to intervene, but fell off the roof ledge when the guy aimed at them. The Secret Service ignored the warnings. Then the melee began. That kind of gross negligence is tantamount to saying, go ahead, we won't stop you. To the thousands of violent and mentally disturbed Trump haters all over the country. The FBI cover-up began almost immediately when the bad guy's body was cremated and the rooftop location was scrubbed clean before intensive forensic could be concluded. We still know next to nothing about the guy, his motivations, or his affiliations. We will never know. The second would-be assumption of Donald Trump. Who was he? Who is Ryan Roth? The gross negligence continued at the Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, where the second attempted assumption took place. The golf course itself was not secured. The alleged aimer, Ryan Roth, had set up a nest in some bushes near the green on the 6th hole. Trump was playing on the fairway of the 5th hole when Roth was confronted by the Secret Service, who were patrolling 1 hole ahead of Trump. Roth would have had a clear line of sight to poop on Trump at about 230 yards on the 5th green, 50 yards on the 6th green, 135 yards on the 7th green. According to witnesses and the criminal complaint, Roth was using an SKS type long-barreled item with a scope. I have used similar items and consistently hit the aim at 100 yards with no scope, and I'm not a highly trained marksman. There would have been no difficulty hitting Trump at the distances noted using a scope. It is interesting that the rifle is Russian designed, Russia, and may have been manufactured in Russia. Was this part of a planned effort to somehow blame Russia or show a Russian connection once Trump expired? In any case, Trump was minutes away from being extinguished. Again, the United States Secret Service performance was so lousy that they can fairly be considered accomplices to the attempted assumption, even if they didn't pull the finger. In 2002, Ruth was convicted of something bad and owning an automatic something. He was arrested after barricading himself in a shack. He has 8 other arrests on his record. Roth went to Ukraine in 2022 to volunteer to fight against Russia. He was rejected because of his age and complete lack of experience or training. He gave interviews. Roth remained in Kiev and later Lviv in western Ukraine, where he organized a group to recruit foreign fighters to come to Ukraine and fight as mercenaries. His ideas were ridiculous. He was unstable, and the International League and kept their distance. Roth was photographed smiling with members of the Azov Brigade in Ukraine, a neo-Nazi fighting unit. A neo-Nazi fighting unit. Self-declared neo-Nazi fighting unit. The same people that say that Trump said people on both sides were good people, even though that wasn't his full quote, are supporting neo-Nazis with your money. Well, there's not enough money to rescue people out of Asheville, North Carolina. Roth is not stupid. Instead, his mental illness takes the form of delusional thinking. The scariest part of his interviews is he precisely mimicked the talking points you hear every day from MSDNC and the Clown News Network. Roth says that Trump is an existential threat to humanity and a threat to democracy. He says Trump must be stopped at all costs. He says that Trump is an enemy of peace and freedom. These are the same lies and propaganda that corporate media spew every day and have for the last 9 years. Who paid for Roth? MSDNC and the Clinton News Network and the rest of corporate media put out these lies about Trump as a form of propaganda. The lies are aimed at a target audience of Trump haters and progressive lightweights. Ralph was the target audience. Corporate media are too cowardly to take direct action themselves against Trump, but by putting out propaganda, they hope to trigger those who are prone to such action. The triggering propaganda was not limited to the media. Kamala Harris said of Trump, quote, "Does one of us have to come out alive? Ha 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 ha," unquote. That was on an Ellen DeGeneres interview when she said, who would you rather be in the elevator with? I forget, Dick Cheney or Donald Trump. And that was Kamala's answer. Joe Biden said, quote, "It's time to put Trump in a, in a site," unquote. Tim Walz's wife, Gwen, bye-bye Donald Trump, Democrat member of Congress, Don Goldman, quote, "He is destructive to our democracy and he has to be eliminated," unquote. I could offer 100 similar quotes. The media class and the political class are calling for Trump to be extinguished. It's just a matter of causing someone to do it. In Ralph's case, he was completely initiated. Then he picked up his tool. Just as the United States Secret Service are responsible for letting these assumptions happen, corporate media and many Democrats are responsible for instigating unstable individuals to conduct the assumption attempts. It is not a stretch to say that the United States Secret Service, corporate media, and many Democrats are all out to extinguish Trump. They simply rely on mentally ill zealots to do the difficult work. Ralph told the court Monday he had no material financial assets and owned no property. The court has appointed a public defender. If he has no assets, how was he able to afford his move to Hawaii, his travels to Ukraine? How did he finance his recruiting effort while in Ukraine? Where did he get the tool? How could he afford to travel to Florida to carry out the assumption plan? It seems clear that Ralph has a hidden supply of financial support. The CIA typically deals in cash while running covert operations. Was Ralph a CIA asset turned loose on a rogue mission with a predictable outcome? I, Jim Rickards, worked for the CIA for 10 years, including in special operations. Ukraine has been a CIA outpost since 1991, after the fall of the Soviet Union and the creation of the Russian Federation. Ukraine is riddled with CIA operatives, bioweapons labs, and forward deployed assets intended to destabilize Russia. It is impossible that a high-profile American like Ralph could run around Ukraine recruiting mercenaries without coming to the attention of the CIA and coming in direct contact with CIA assets. This likely scenario suggests that Ralph may have been financed and otherwise assisted by the CIA to to carry out his assumption plan. The fact that Routh was using a Russian-designed tool, which would have been plentiful in Ukraine as Cold War surplus, is another tell. The parallels with Lee Harvey Oswald, who was a U.S. defector to the Soviet Union and who later returned to the United States and had contacts with anti-Castro Cubans working for the CIA, are too obvious to ignore. As for Trump's so-called protection, why was the golf course not secure? How did Routh set up a bird's nest on the 6th hole of the course without being detected until minutes before Trump came into sight? Routh stayed in his sniper's nest for over 12 hours before he was confronted. Why was the area not swept several times in that period? How did Routh even know Trump would be playing golf that day without a leak from Trump's security detail? These and other questions need to be answered quickly before the cover-up goes much further. The FBI official in charge of the Florida assassination attempt is Jeffrey Veltri, a notorious Trump hater who was ordered by the FBI to scrub his social media account of anti-Trump posts. One bit of good news is DeSantis will be conducting his own state-level investigation. Calling Trump Hitler offers deranged individuals like Routh a license to kill. Saying the assumption attempt failed is not a source of comfort. One is reminded of the IRA's near assumption of Margaret Thatcher in the Brighton Grand Hotel bombing in 1984. After the bombing, the IRA boasted to Thatcher, "We only have to be lucky once. You will have to be lucky always." In other words, the assumption attempts will keep coming. Investors need to prepare for the eventuality of more assumption attempts on Trump and his possible expiry on the campaign trail. The CIA doesn't give up on targets that easily. The White House has done nothing to increase Secret Service assets or to improve Trump's security detail. The message to bad guys is try your luck. So it's time to reduce stock exposure and increase your allocations to cash and gold. I was going to read you that article, but I'll save that for another day. Oh, I know where it is. Local. Owens, local. Okay, locals. Candace Owens. I used to follow her before anybody knew her and somebody else married her. Become a member. Can I just go in as I have to become a member? All right, let's see. Does it take a long time? I have a Rumble. I'm human. Rumble. Oh, username. It's not available. No spaces. Not available. I guess that'll be it. Okay, let's go in. I must be 13 years old. Okay. So how about 2000? I've got to go to the email to activate my account. Darn it. This is complicated. This is too complicated. I said 1/1/2000. I said 1/1/2000. Okay, please activate. Click here to activate. Okay. Well, oh gosh. This is not what I wanted. Okay, I did that. All right, so now, maybe later, how do I get to Canvas? How do I get to Canvas? I gotta go search. Search, here we go, Canvas. Candace Owens. Is this she? Yeah. I wanted to see if there was something written, but we won't listen to this very long. But this is just incredible.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about America's irreversible path towards financial ruin. Guys, the numbers don't lie.
Amazon hates this, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. There's a new electric lighter out there, and it's got the firepower of a military.
From the Harris family, Harris Family Circle has contacted me. Apparently, the family is being inundated with calls from the press, particularly the Washington Post. And so I know that the VP debates happened last night, but scrap that because this is all I can talk about. I'm very sorry. Plus, I got an email from a man named Moses, and he is swearing that Kamala's paternal line is Jewish. And he's not just speculating. He actually put together an entire compelling document that I'm going to show you. This is all getting extremely crazy, but we are getting very close to the truth. So let's get started. Welcome back to Candace.
Start first.
I just truly do not know how deep this rabbit hole is going to get. The emails I am receiving from everybody are completely crazy. Crazy as in just so informative and so many surprises and twists and turns. By the way, many of you guys have been asking us to put together a visual family tree, so we're going to do that for you guys today. Plus, we're going to share with you all on our locals page, working family timeline and the working family tree so that you can see it and follow along more closely. So definitely head to locals.com and follow us there. Remember, these are all just working timelines. They're very much subject to change. If more information becomes available, we may be wrong about some things. And again, I am doing this just as a sheer investigation. If something is wrong, I reserve the right to correct it. I honestly wish that we would just have Donald Jasper Harris, sit down and answer some questions, or Kamala Harris to straighten it out for us. How could you just be purporting to be Black and running around with Megan Thee Stallion, shaking her booty so you can raise money, bringing out Lil Jon, walking out to Beyonce, knowing that you are telling some very big lies? So here's the thing. What everyone agrees upon is that Donald J. Harris is the big question mark in this family. Something is not making sense. And that something is his written piece regarding his Jamaican heritage, his Jamaican ancestry. And I'm just going to quickly remind you of what instantly flagged me as odd about that piece. Well, first and foremost, as we have said many times, he mentions both his mother and his father only once in one sentence in that piece. That is it. Just one sentence dedicated to his mother and his father. Extremely strange if you are doing a piece about your heritage. He also rather mysteriously claims that he doesn't know the ancestry at all of his grandmother, Miss Iris. Miss Iris, he writes Nay Finnegan. She wouldn't have been Nay Finnegan. She would have been Nay Allen. So that's strange to me as well, who he writes the entire article about. The entire article is about his grandmother, Miss Iris. So the fact that he is simultaneously claiming not to know her ancestry, we just got to run that through the bank of common sense, right? I was super close with both of my grandparents. It would be utterly bizarre for me to claim that I just didn't know their ancestry. Like, that is just something that comes up if you are very close to your grandparents, as he purports to be. He says Miss Iris raised him, and she was, Christiana Brown, Miss Chrissy raised him, and they were fortified and they were strong, and he learned all of these lessons from them. And yes, on Miss Iris, he just very quickly mentions that her ancestry is unknown to him. He also in the piece very obviously declines to mention all of his many siblings and half siblings, only mentions one sibling. Her name is Enid Harris, and we know that he has at least 5. And regarding Enid Harris, we have not yet been able to find anything about her. Now, it is plausible that she got married and now has a different last name, and that's why we can only chase so many rabbits down the hole, but we have not been able to just verify who Enid Harris actually is from his piece. So we've got a sibling who he mentions that we can't find at all, and then about 5 siblings that we can find who he doesn't have anything to say about. So that's interesting. So here is what happened earlier today and why we are so late today on the podcast. We received an email from someone that was purporting to be a very close family friend of somebody in Kamala's family. Now, of course, we instantly fleshed this out, researched the person on Facebook, and it looked pretty legit right off the bat that this person could plausibly be a close family friend to the Harris family. I'm going to be scant on the details here because we've not yet been able to get on the phone, hoping that will happen later tonight with the actual Harris relative. But the conversation that we had with the friend of was incredibly interesting. He basically said that this particular Harris family member would like to talk, that they have been watching the series, paying attention to it, and they have some things that they would like to clarify and some things that they would like to say. And I instantly said, of course, that's exactly what we have been waiting for. We're not doing this. Well, it's getting fun, obviously, but we're doing this because we are just realizing some major holes. And this woman is trying to be the president of the United States. It's relevant. Everybody should be talking about this. We cannot have somebody become the president of the United States who is telling us some major lies about their background. So this family friend similarly grew up in Jamaica and expressed the following to me. First and foremost, that the family is fielding calls, as I mentioned at the top of the show, from various media outlets, namely the Washington Post, calling around, trying to gather information. I guess they're trying to fact check the story, maybe themselves realizing some holes, and they have not, by the way, I should mention, reached out to me at all, which is quite interesting. They're probably just trying to debunk it quietly because there's a lot of people that are following the story and realizing that something is quite wrong. We don't know what that something is, but we all agree that something is wrong. This individual family friend also confirmed to me that Donald Harris lived for a time in the household of our white Iris and his father, Oscar Harris, which would make sense because white Iris and father, Oscar Harris, were married until his dying day. By the way, Chris, we can pull up that chart right now if people just want to follow that along. We can pull up the family chart. Now, I want to be clear. This family chart is what we're putting together of people that were married. Obviously, you can see Kamala Harris. We have the people that she says are her parents. I have question marks about that. We'll get to the bottom of it. And then we have Donald Harris. Now, I want to be clear. Donald Harris alleges that his mother is Beryl. So that is, we're just putting there up visually because we are speaking about Iris. In fact, we'll make a little edit and connect Donald Harris to Oscar. Beryl seems to be this question mark. But yes, we have now a confirmation from somebody who is saying that Donald Harris lived in the household for a time period with his father and who would be Iris that he grew up with at some point, which would, in my mind, be his entire childhood because of when they got married. And so that fact, again, makes it exceedingly strange that he completely omitted that Iris from his Jamaican Heritage article. Why are you skipping all of these relatives? It just doesn't make sense. I asked this family friend if he ever met or heard of Beryl outside of the pieces of Kamala speaking about her paternal grandmother, Beryl, while he was in Jamaica. And he said, no, he never heard of her. So that's interesting. It could mean something. It could mean nothing. I'm just telling you what this family friend said. He also says that our Oscar Harris, had 3 children before he married Vioris. 3 children, he's alleging, before he married Vioris. And this is why I really want to have this conversation with the family member, because I want to put these names together. He also noted that, and this is very true in the Caribbean, particularly in Jamaica, that people sleep around a lot on the island. I know that it is true. And that is of some interest. That's Vioris would marry somebody who had 3 children before they got married. That to me is interesting. I, again, am just working to confirm who exactly those individuals are, but it does make it even stranger that Donald Harris has mentioned no other siblings in his piece aside from Enid Harris, his sister. Is it a half sister? Is it a full sister? We don't know. We are looking for more details there. My understanding at this moment, after the conversation that I had, is that far from the representation of the media who looked for family members to say, everyone's so proud of Kamala, it seems to me that there are some family members that are not, who perceive her to be problematic, to perceive parts of her story to be problematic. And if we are able to secure this interview with this individual, I don't know if he's going to speak publicly. I don't know if he just wants to speak privately to clarify some things. Then it is going to be a major expose, because my sense is that there is a lot of fraud that is being imparted at this moment, and the media is complicit in covering it up. By the way, I should mention here that somebody who emailed me, that we've received so many emails, had this theory that is quite interesting. Obviously not saying it's true, but their theory is that it's plausible that Donald and Vioris could be the parents of Kamala. That works according to the timeline. It certainly works according to the timeline. Again, we don't know if that's true. And our job here is to simply ask questions and to try to find the answers and to clarify things that were wrong. But I did see a few of your emails coming in that were all of you going, this is what it looks like, this is what it could be, whatever. And then that would potentially, as the email said, that would potentially explain why he doesn't want to mention this person at all. Who knows? That, by the way, that's in full tinfoil hat land. There is no evidence of that. But I just wanted to give that an honorable mention. All right, guys, I'm going to now tell you about this guy, Moses, who sent me an email with some documentation that is fascinating. But first, I'm going to tell you about Preborn, because I always have to throw it to my sponsors for supporting the show. It's been really fun. We know, by the way, that Kamala Harris is the first vice presidential candidate to ever visit an abortion facility. It's unbelievable. And Tim Walz supported a bill in his home state which legalized the denial of life-saving medical care to infants born alive after botched abortions. received. And at first I was like, okay, you know, the headline in the email was Kamala Harris is German Jewish. And the first thing that came to my mind, again, like as we've been doing this investigation, why hide any of this stuff? Like, who cares if your lineage dates back to Jewish people, dates back to Irish people? Like, what is the shame here? And that is putting together a picture that we are missing something because nobody cares. Like, we live in such a multicultural society that we almost anticipate when you go back far enough in anybody's ancestry that there's just going to be a lot of different races and mixes. And so it's just odd that they're leaving out some things. So I want to take you through what this person emailed. And the first thing that they said was that they had recognized that on the genealogy websites, there was an intentional red herring, a made up individual to throw people off the scent of trying to figure out who Joseph Alexander's father was. So let's pull up that chart again so you guys can follow along and know exactly what it is that we're talking about, that family chart. So again, we know that that Donald Harris, when he wrote his piece, kind of says that beyond the Miss Chrissy generation, that's his Miss Iris. That's his Miss Irish generation, that he doesn't know anything about his family ancestry. So it sort of stops at Joseph Alexander Harris, which is kind of weird. Well, this guy is saying, no, I have figured this out, actually. We do know who the father was of Joseph Alexander Harris. He had the same name. The first name and last name, but his middle name was different. It was Bravo Harris. He says that Joseph Bravo Harris is the relative that they are purporting that they don't know, but they do in fact know that this is the great grandfather of Donald Harris. And the reason that they're blocking this, he says, is because he belonged to a different church than his relatives, that he was Jewish, and that there is actually a public record of this on his gravesite, which is there's like a website that directs you to Jewish tombs in Jamaica. We have fact-checked this, and this is true. And he says that actually more can be learned about him in a book that was published in 1941 from a man named Jacob A.P.M. Andrade. So the forward, you can see this book is very old. Again, it was published in 1941 in Kingston, Jamaica. And the forward of the book tells you that really this was just a labor of love. That Mr. Andrade, the person who put this together, has painstakingly collected information and carried out research over a period of 17 years. He has interviewed scores of people, written hundreds of letters, and has searched 163 will books and 1,400 deed books at the Island Record Office in Spanish Town. So we know that that is where their family is from. And so that is immediately of interest. We know that this person is going through all of the records. Now, if you go in this book to Appendix L, listed under the, quote, cemetery of former English and German congregation, you see in loving memory of Joseph Bravo Harris, okay? Born November 2nd, 1855, died on the 20th of September, 1894. Then there is another section which lists Joseph Harris under Saint Anne. The person who emailed me is saying that this is an uncle. Under Saint Anne, which again, we know that all of the relatives are from the Saint Anne parish. And it says also on his Penn property, you see that in the corner, Saint Anne, on his Penn property, Inverness. Now, where have we seen the word before? That's a tell, if that is indeed his property. It's an important clue because Donald mentions Inverness as the place where Miss Iris, the grandmother he was so close to but didn't know any details about, he says that she was from there, but like her ancestry is unknown to him. So it does place, you know, the family at that time here, which is a major clue. Joseph Bravo, by the way, had a brother, and his name was Michael Ralph Bravo, and he is registered as a Freemason in Jamaica. This guy shows me this, and here it is. You can actually see the logs of the Freemason, the Freemasons signing their names there. He is registered in 1908, and that particular lodge that he is registered in, it makes him an English Freemason. And that is considered the oldest Masonic lodge in the world. It was established as an underground movement to support the Whigs. Now, a lot of you guys asked me questions in the comment section. You're like, can I speak more about Freemasonry? And that is just, that would be an entire series. It's relevant. You should learn about Freemasonry. It is definitely, like I said on past episodes, it was an underground movement of people that were trying to overthrow empires, trying to overthrow kings, and they were meeting in secret society, like meeting in these Freemasonry lodges to discuss how to do that. So I wanted to just give you a brief history because I was looking into that. Okay, so if he's alleging that this is the family, we're seeing the Freemasonry thing come up again, and what is it that were the aims of that particular Masonic lodge? And it is true that Freemasonry has a lot to do with the establishment of America. Like, England was not cool just losing America after the Revolutionary War. We were then infiltrated by a bunch of Freemason lodges, and it became a way to sort of fight for America within America, but do it in a way that was secret. Anyways, that particular lodge that he is registered in, this is again Michael Ralph Bravo, who would be the brother of Joseph Bravo, is the oldest Masonic lodge in the world. As I said, it was an underground movement to support the Whigs. There's a historian who notes that the Whig administration of England organized this Grand Lodge as a loyalist counter to the Jacobite Rising of 1715. We're not going to get too deep into history here, but it dates back to the War of Three Kingdoms between England, Scotland, and Ireland. So again, Freemason lodges kind of rising because they wanted a certain political philosophy to win. This particular lodge was down with Whiggism, which essentially sought to prevent a Catholic ascension to the English throne, especially that of any of King James II's descendants. So they were particularly interested in making sure that the Catholic Church gained no more power. So that's just a little back history in case you're interested in what that lodge's aims were when it was established. So we are seeing that family member. And then of interest is that Michael then settled in Canada. We find him, that Freemason, on a ship manifest. So what's interesting here is we're starting to see the coordinates. We're starting to see a map here of the same places, starting all the way here back in the 1800s in Kamala's alleged family to now, presently, right? We were starting to look at logs, and we know that they spent the Harris family spent time in Canada. We know that they spent time in New Orleans. We know that they spent a lot of time in Jamaica. And so this person did indeed, Michael, settle in Canada, which would put the Harris family in Canada. We also know, by the way, we haven't yet gotten to her mother, but that she also worked in Canada, was in Canada a lot. So there may be reasons for that, but it is of interest that Canada keeps popping up in our research. Okay, so like I said, that kind of is the person that he found, that he believes that they actually do know this ancestry, but for some reason are trying to obfuscate it. What reason that would be, again, is it's just not clear to me. Then he gets into, by the way, we should show that page where he speaks about the conversions that were happening in the book. Yeah. So as this guy is kind of going through all of this and speaking about how, this book, A Record of the Jews in Jamaica, is the title of it. As he's speaking through all of this, he speaks about why it was that so many Hebrew residents in the St. Anne parish began converting or marrying. And what is of interest regarding Joseph Bravo Harris is the fact that, look at this, the Hebrews resident from the same book in St.
Amazon hates this, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. There's a new electric lighter out there, and it's got the firepower of a military-grade...
and parish assembled for divine worship on Yom Kippur at the home of Joseph Harris at Brownstown. I was credibly informed that the room Harris appropriated for the service, which was during his lifetime, was never used for any other purpose. Harris was an English Jew. He came here from New Orleans, Louisiana. Again, another coordinate that just keeps popping up. And then the author writes, I have not been able to ascertain the provision for worship that was made in any of the other parishes. St. Elizabeth must, however, have had organized worship during the 18th century. It is very pleasing to record that at no time since the Reform movement assumed practical form during the 19th century has religious persecution in the island reached so acute a stage as to at all render it possible for the setting up a Reformed congregation, as was the case in some of the neighboring islands, thus to save many on this account from leaving their ancestral religion. So he's just kind of going through all of this, speaking about how some people left the faith, and he says that he's inclined to believe that they did that because they just didn't like the rabbinical Judaism with its unyielding laws and just kind of wanted to marry into other families and become Christian. But that is of interest here. So again, if we can get up that family chart, we're speaking now about Joseph Bravo Harris, and he believes that this is the father of Joseph Alexander Harris. So right in the chart you're seeing, we don't have a picture for him, but we have a blank spot for him if this is correctly, if this is correct. Then above that, we have someone that would be technically Kamala's third great grandfather, Ralph Harris, who married Julia Bravo. That's where that middle name Bravo comes from. And what he's been able to discern is that they were also born in 1832 in England. He married Julia Bravo. They had 2 children together. He then married Sarah Ann Winchester, and they had 2 children together. He also had 1 son with Louisa Mary Evans, and that's where he says he's gotten as far back, but for whatever reason, he is saying that this would, of course, be known to the Harris family because Harris was a big name in St. Anne Parish. She would obviously know that her heritage dated back to this. She would obviously know that she had Jewish relatives, which again just keeps leading us to this question of why hide any of this? This is not something that the world would be upset about or angry about. So I just don't understand why we are hiding certain relatives, pretending not to know certain ancestral things. What is the explicit aim of that? And I can't come up with a logical answer. There's nothing that makes sense to me. I'm going way down in my head. I'm like, let me just go in straight conspiracy land. Why would you want to hide a relative? It can't be so simple that it's because you just want people to think that you're Black. I mean, can it be? Can it really be that simple that you just want people to think that you're Black because the Democrats are so reliant as they are upon the Black vote? Maybe, but that just seems really foolish because eventually someone was going to look into this and see all of these holes. Maybe they were thinking it just wasn't going to happen before the election. And that is a reality with the entire media on your side, not poking holes in your story, instead condemning people that question your Blackness. You probably could get away with it at least until election time. Because think about it. This woman was just established, Kamala Harris, in an effective coup against Joe Biden. They were like, yeah, never mind. She's the Democrat nominee. That's it. She's a Democratic nominee. No questions asked. Nobody actually wanted her to be, but here she is. The media then fawns over her. That means that took place in August. We only have until November. All they had to do was have nobody look into this for 3 months. Maybe it is. Maybe it is that simple. It was just an election time thing, and it really is just about the Black vote. Perhaps. But again, this was super interesting. We're going to put this document that he put together also on our locals page so people can look into it and see whether or not they believe that that there is some merit to those claims. I do think that he did a very good job putting that together. All right, a brief break before we talk about some very interesting comments that have been coming from people that are Indian about Hinduism and what they find to be suspicious about Kamala's heritage. But first, it's so interesting. And every time I get one of these emails and just trying to now establish a contact, I keep prioritizing that. But I obviously am seeing all of your emails regarding her mother. And I did want to just show you this one comment because I think it's really interesting. We actually have received so many comments that are developing the same theme, that the marriage between Kamala's parents is just strange. And this is one comment that came in yesterday on YouTube that pretty much sums up all of the comments and emails that we have been getting pertaining to this. This woman writes, Indian here from India with some Indian context. BTW, love your work, Candace. Kamala's mother belonged to a very high-class bureaucratic family. So marrying someone outside your religion, caste, race in that era was extremely unlikely, especially for someone like Kamala's mother. Not to mention marrying a Black person would be absolutely impossible because racism has been prevalent in India as well. So I completely believe Kamala's dad not being Black, rather being Irish, Indian, Hindu, since he looks like a lot of old Indian men that I see in real life here, especially the South Indians. The Communist Party also seems so interesting because in the 20th century, especially post-independence, communism was extremely popular in India, owing to the closeness to Soviet Union. And even today, some of the most influential and powerful political parties in India, especially South India, the region that Kamala's mom belongs to, are hardcore communist parties with hardcore communist ideologies even today. the head of the state of Kamala's mom is from has literally changed his family name.
Best and worst dinner for your waistline. Sweet potatoes. Try to find the purple sweet potato. They're the highest level of polyphenol.
Name to Stalin. LOL. Total personal opinion, but I absolutely believe Kamala's dad not being black at all, but Irish Hindu with maybe some Indian ancestry, because that's way more believable, especially when you know the family background and social class and status of Kamala's mom and the Indian society and mentality during the 20th century. P.S. As a non-American, I find it insane that this isn't mainstream news in your country. I follow global news, especially American news, very closely, and to find no one talking about this is almost a culture shock. Because had it been any other country, this would have been a huge media piece running across all news channels 24/7. Well, I'll tell you one thing, it would have been everywhere in America had it been Donald Trump. But as we know, the media is a part of the establishment. The deep state wants Kamala Harris to win. They're doing everything to assist that win. And the question is why? And I think it's really important, therefore, to establish what her genealogy is. And that's why I am following every angle of this. But it is interesting to see so many people of Indian descent say that exact same thing, that they would not have just allowed her to marry a black man. And so I think that Judge Joe Brown yesterday, when he remarks that Donald Harris is of Hindu and Irish descent, majority white, well, that seems to be the thing that makes the most sense here. And again, still does not explain why it is that they are purporting that she is black, and still does not explain why we do not have more people speaking about it, because if nothing else, you should be outraged, positively outraged at the fact that she is pretending to be black. That is one of the wildest things that I've ever seen. It is so inappropriate, but it also, by the way, beyond it being inappropriate, it demonstrates that she's a sociopath. It's really interesting because people got really upset when J.D. Harris had said that women who don't have any children should not be in positions of power to make decisions in the country. And the media intentionally took that out of context. The next thing you know, we have Taylor Swift holding her cat and I'm with Kamala because I'm like a cat lady. But what he's actually trying to say is that when you have a family, he's not mocking people that are struggling with fertility or saying oh, if you literally cannot have a child, but you desperately want one. He's not throwing you in the same bucket. He's referring more to women who choose not to have children, who instead focus their entire life on their careers. It does tell you something about that person. It just does. That is just the reality of things. People who are just I never want kids and all I care about is my career. What does that signal to you about a woman? She's overridden her own biology and will do anything for power, right? She'll do anything for power. And you do not want to elect sociopaths into power. It seems to be the only thing that we do, right? Because they feel nothing when they're inflicting pain upon you. They feel nothing when they're lying to you. This is why even the genealogy pertaining to Brigitte Macron is so important, because over and over again, we are seeing that people who don't care at all about your family, don't care at all about your family life, have these tendencies to want to be put into places of power to determine family policy. And so this is why, among many other reasons, getting to the bottom of Kamala's true genealogy is a priority. And we're getting close. We are getting incredibly close. If I am able to later tonight establish this connection with her family member, I just can't imagine that this doesn't just blow everything up, instantly just explode this entire narrative. Because as I said, my instinct is that they too are kind of not down with the things that Kamala is saying and the things that Kamala is doing. And they have some question marks about what it is that she's doing. And they got a lot of family members, tons of them that aren't even being mentioned. Maybe they're not being mentioned because they know that these people don't agree with them and don't agree with their political manipulation at this stage. Anyways, guys, we're going to read more of your comments. Before we do, I want to remind you about American financing, because we have mortgage rates in the 4s now. It's the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your.
That's something. All right, I don't know if anyone's watching, but for me, I'm going to look up Nextbridge. Nothing. I'm going to look up Logic. I guess you gotta write logic. That's interesting. You start over again. That's interesting. There's no all right, more search options. Let's do that. That's interesting. I can't explain that. So let's look at what was the other company? Oh, let's look by latest filing search company. Let's go back. Less options. All right. That's weird. So not coming. Let's just try some other name, random name. Let's try finger. Not getting any search going. Let's do it up here. I can't explain that. I don't know. This nightmare. Guess we'll leave that alone and assume there's nothing. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Take this. I'm gonna go walk my dog because he's restless. And I thank everybody for being on here. Hey, John Richard says Israel. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I think both sides seem to be restrained, but I don't know. I just hope it doesn't blow up into a bigger. I mean, frankly, I just hope it doesn't blow up so that we're in World War III. I prefer it to blow up at all, but I guess you have to defer to the people who were there. It's not good. It's not good. The Chez Sistance. Ah, yes. I probably told you. Remember that movie? Was it Britt Eklund? I don't know. Some bombshell blonde was in bed, and earlier in the movie, when Inspector Clouseau had come into her hotel room, he had somehow, I forget now how it worked out, but he had somehow got positioned in the bathroom while Omar Sharif came in, and Omar Sharif in the dark had, they shared some intimate time together. This blonde, I think it was maybe it was Ursula Andress. Might have been Ursula Andress. Anyway, so she went for the next days thinking that this wonderful experience she had had in bed was because of Chief Inspector Clouseau. So toward the end of the movie, they're in I think in a castle or in another hotel room. And she's naked or nearly naked in this big, massive king bed. And Clouseau can't get his clothes off because he's all nervous with her, and he hadn't, in fact, been the smooth operator. So at first he's struggling to get his clothes off, his shoes off, his shirt off, and she's clamoring for his attention. He says, "Not now, my darling. I will be with you, my darlings." Saying all these things, and he finally gets undressed, and she's all excited. And for some reason, he climbs under the covers from the end of the bed, and he starts singing something. I forget what the song was. In a French accent, maybe the Marseillaise. I don't know. He's singing in French, and she says, "What is wrong with you?" And he as he goes toward her, he gets lost and actually goes out the wrong side of the bed, has to get back in as he's crawling toward her. And she says, "What's wrong with you? What is that? Are you all right?" And he says, "Oh, that was a song we used to sing in the Resistance. The French Resistance." And she said, "Oh, my darling, that must have been so difficult. It must have been hard in the Resistance." And he said, "Not nearly as hard as it is now." Anyway, it's a bad joke. Resistance. I just tried to show you, Michael, anything on logic. I just can keep repeating the same things. I keep some files here, but I can't get in it quickly. I can I'll look it up just so that I'll read it again. You go to Yahoo Finance, you type in LGIQ, and the first news that comes up is 2 months ago. Dated July 25th, Logic finalizes acquisition of MedLab Essentials in a $100 million valuation deal. They're going to do a share exchange of newly issued shares of Logic for 100% of MedLab shareholder interests. MedLab will become a wholly owned subsidiary. It's a definitive agreement. The acquisition is valued at $100 million, and it's a significant milestone for Logic. This is 2 months ago. We keep 15% of the post-transaction company. So that means we keep, just using very simple arithmetic, and I would warn you that it may not be that simple, we'll keep 15% of 100 million. 100 million, 15% is 15 million divided by 300 million shares we have. It's 5 cents a share. There's other things that can change that. He could issue new shares to employees, to consultants, to contractors. You don't know. But roughly, with what we know, there's 300 million shares authorized at 15%. You do simple arithmetic, it comes to 2 billion. 85% of 100 million goes to 85% of the shares. 15% of 100 million goes to 300 million shares. It's 5 cents a share. They're going to uplist by the end of 2024, either NASDAQ, CBOE, or New York Stock Exchange. I personally think it'll be next year. Why? Because we've moved so far. It's 2 months since this was announced. There's only really 2 more months in this year. December's a throwaway, you know? Okay, this acquisition represents the first in a series of acquisitions targeting a cumulative value exceeding $750 million. I used 800 million. I don't know. Should I use 751? I don't know. You can judge my number too high, but using 800 million. So these series are going to focus on biotech, cell and gene therapy assets. So Logic will acquire medlab through an exchange, or I already said that. Then they brag on it. They're going to have a capital raise. Okay, so then this is a bullet point. Additional accretive acquisitions. I hate the word, but that's the opposite of dilutive. Dilutive is going and signing an agreement with Jeff Easton. Accretive is issuing shares to acquire revenue, cash flow, profits. Cash. So they're going to target 6 additional strategic acquisitions. They're all in the process now. That's 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Targeting 6 additional strategic acquisitions that are in process now, 2 months ago, which will provide a path to significant revenues by mid-2025. So medlab has secured a preliminary gross valuation of $100 million for this transaction, reflecting its robust market potential. Medlab is at the forefront of developing cell-based therapy products for a range of medical conditions, including challenging cancers and Scorpios. Oh, it doesn't say that. Challenging cancers and age-related diseases. Medlab's platform utilizes autologous adipose-derived mesenchymal stem cells. Anyway, they use stem cells, and they integrate those with oncolytic viruses and therapeutic components, offering a novel and effective approach to treatment. Whatever the hell. They use stem cell treatment. Logic was founded in 2004, engaged in e-commerce. Now they're moving into the medical field in the business of cell and gene therapy, longevity, anti-aging, and rejuvenation. Post-acquisitions, plural, Logic will be managed by executives and R&D scientific staff with decades of experience. At the forefront of innovation, Logic is dedicated to transforming the landscape of health. Okay, let's skip a bunch of these. A bunch. Medlabs harnesses the power of cell and gene therapy to treat human disease. Sounds a lot like Tilo hits a new high. All right, so now, Michael, I just want to take one more thing. If the company has delayed finally giving you and me the numbers of the number of shares issued for 100 million To me, it makes more sense. Put all 7 of these companies together for our 15%. So you only have to issue 2 billion shares for all 7. If you rush one out at 5 cents, the next ones are going to ever dilute each other. And it's not good for the shareholders of each of those companies. It's not good for those CEOs. Remember the goal of the criminal shorts. There is a guy graduated, retired from the American Stock Exchange that believes the shorting in Logic is all real shorts. And that if there is shorting that occurs that's reflected in FINRA numbers, that's just during the day, you know, under the Red Show exemption, but it doesn't reflect the buyback of those shares later on. He believes that everything's kosher because systems are in place and it's algorithmic trading, and you don't see all the trading, and that criminal short selling, naked short selling really doesn't happen. What does happen is real short sellers. Now, he will concede that what they do is illegal because they collude with each other. All right, so I got that apologist point of view out of the way. So you got to factor that in. My opinion with Logic, under Aubrey advisors, Shadron, and the lawyers, under the previous Ionic, and under the previous Neo exchange groups, they destroyed the stock price with counterfeit shares, selling stock that didn't exist, and without ever delivering those shares. That's my opinion. Why can't we know the numbers? FINRA seems to be able to provide every day the Red Show exemption numbers. Now, this apologist who's honest and dedicated and hardworking, he believes that FINRA is not showing you the closing transactions. Well, why not? Why do we have to argue about it? It should all be black and white, like color TV. Everything is there like color TV in black and white. Forget how it goes. So I think what Logic has done over I don't know 5, even 10 years is they've made deals with the devil over and over and over again. I think there was one made when the company was called Wayland or something. So there's been a series of decisions to take financing from crooks on Wall Street. Well, I don't think that's going to happen again. But those crooks, and again, the American Stock Exchange guy says this does not happen. At least that's my understanding of this point of view. I believe it happens all day long in any stock that seeks financing from Wall Street. It's not just algorithms. Of course they use computers. There are no market makers anymore. There are no trading desks. Of course it's algorithms. But it's the F3 button too. So anyway, what the criminals are doing, Michael, right now is they're suppressing the stock of Logic with massive amounts of counterfeit shares, naked short selling, so that the CEOs of these 7 companies say to Brent, you know, you promised me that we were going to get stock at whatever, I'm making it up, at 80 cents. And now it's 2 cents. That's unfair. You better give us more shares or we're walking away. Well, and they're trying to destroy the deals. That's what they do. And then they'll have their own apologists come out and say, well, see, the stock sucked anyway, so no wonder it was shorted. It's all a self-fulfilling nightmare of evil men. They're all men. They're all white men. And I'll leave it at that. I won't narrow it down further. So this handful of men have corrupted Wall Street, and it's a massive industry. Massive. It's shooting fish in a barrel. This isn't making millionaires. This is making billionaires. 100 millionaires. Each millionaire is worth 100 million or more. Centimillionaires. And no one cares because of the lucre. The lucre. It's just too much money to ignore. And human beings are scared. They don't want to lose their hot chick wife. They don't want to lose their children. They want to be able to retire well. And they forget that there's a hereafter. And I don't know what happens, but my guess is if you steal hundreds of millions of dollars just because you didn't shoot somebody, the consequences ripple out to people, real life people. I don't think up there you're going to get away with it. It's not never mind. It was just money. Up here we talk about adoring God. We don't care about the money you sold down on earth. I don't think, but I don't know. It's a big gamble. Maybe God put us down here to break all the rules, break the commandments, have no morals, steal, take advantage of people, and accumulate. Maybe that's what God put us down here for. So we can run up the score and everyone else be damned. Maybe that's what it's about. I don't know. But these guys have created a cottage industry that I would guess would rival, if they could quantify it, I would guess it would rival the business of all the major exchanges in the world, other than maybe the New York Stock Exchange. It would rival any business in this country, from automobiles, possibly medical, the pharmaceutical business. It's huge. It's trillions and trillions of dollars. So anyway, what they're doing, Michael, is they're suppressing the price of the stock to break up the deals. And that's what they do in stock after stock after stock. I don't think Brent's falling for it. I haven't spoken to Brent. I've made the attempt, but I think this is a quiet period. So if you were to come out with just the $100 million deal with our 15% of that, 300 million shares, and again, that number of shares could be expanded. He may pay some people stock, settle debts, settle obligations, whatever. But that's all I have to work on right now, is that the authorized number of shares of 300 million, and we get 15% of the company. Well, I just showed you that's 5 cents a share. Well, if you do that, and then you go acquire the next company, and you got to do it at 15%. I can't make up an example, but you're gonna create a situation where you have to issue more than the 2 billion shares by some factor to make sure it's 15%. Then you're going to have to do it again and again and again and again. But I think Brent is organizing it because it's only logical. I haven't spoken to him because the new company is going to be Logic Shares. And this is the first, it's like building a fire. I miss my house so much. I had 3 beautiful fireplaces. Nobody's seen a fireplace. Nobody's ever, they tell me no one's seen such a fireplace. But anyway, you start a fire, you don't start it with one log. You start with a couple smaller things, maybe some paper, but you put several logs on because the heat concentrates and then you have a roaring fire. So my guess is, Michael, and I don't know this, but my guess is that Brent is trying to get the negotiations with all 7 CEOs. This is how I would do it. And Brent's a lot smarter and harder working and better connected than I am. He's also younger, darn it. He, I think, it won't end up at 2 billion shares. It'll probably be more than that. But he's going to do his darndest to get all 7 companies in at 2 billion shares. Why? Because it's good for us. It's good for our 15%, but it's good for each company too. Why should the first company get more of the bite of the apple than the last one, when the last one could be the best? Why? You want to avoid cherry picking, and any one of these 7 companies could have a therapy that for whatever reason fizzles out, or they could have a therapy that blows up in the sense it becomes the next the next Elvis Presley of medicine. So I think what's happening is Brent's trying to get all 7 companies in on the 2 billion shares. Now, using 800 million just to do it, 800 million, it could be more than that. All it says is it's more than 750 million. Well, let's just use 800 million. And if you multiply that by 15%, that's $120 million of value to us. Let's use 300 million shares. Right now, the outstanding shares are, God, I can't remember, 280 million, 286 million. Anyway, let's just use the 300 million authorized shares. So we'll divide that by 300 million, which is our part. That represents 15% of the newly organized company. All right, that's 40 cents. That's 40 cents. I must have used $1 billion when I did the math separately. All right, so it's 40 cents. Now, you're going to probably say, Michael, I would. 2 billion, that's a lot of shares. Isn't that going to SUCK? Yeah. But remember, we gave the criminals a get out of jail free card. We voted for a one share for 50 share reverse split. It's already been approved. My guess is it won't happen this year. I don't think there's enough time this year. I think it'll happen in the first half of next year. That this year, I think the company will focus on absorbing those 7 companies and organizing it, making everything work, and then turn around the corner in 2025 and make things happen. So I think next year they will effect that 1 for 50 share reverse split. Well, that means now, again, the American Stock Exchange guy doesn't believe any of this happens. So he's got much better credentials than I do, much more experience than I do, and he's worked at higher levels with higher people than I have on Wall Street. Although I've had some pretty important clients and prospects in my lifetime. So it's possible there isn't a huge criminal naked short. I don't believe that. But I bring it up each time because I want to be clear. There's no proof of these things. But circumstantial evidence is evidence. And who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes, you know? So it's right there. Your wife is sleeping with somebody. You walked in on her. She's there in bed with him. You going to believe it? Well, the cop comes. Is there any proof? No, he left. And, you know, he threw a firebomb on the bed and the sheets are burned. There's no evidence. Well, we can't prosecute him for that. And your wife says it never happened. Okay. You can't prove everything in life. Life isn't like that. Anyway, I think that reverse split, Michael, will allow the Aubrey client, Polar, who in my judgment is the one that stole from you and me a successful D-SPAC. And there's another investor too. I forget the name. Big company. But that's how they get their returns. That's how they're all smiling on the glossy material. Making money on money is not easy unless you are the traditional banker. But those traditional bankers aren't around anymore. You take risk. But this scheme is riskless. It's riskless. If particularly if you do it across 1,000 companies, you might lose on one or two, but you have a chance, and you've paid off Gensler, paid off the attorneys. It's depressing. Anyway, what will happen with that 1-for-50 split? Let's say that over the last several years, the criminals from the Neo Exchange, 4 different investors, maybe going all the way back to Wayland, from Ionic Ventures to Aubrey Advisors clients and Chadron's clients. Maybe let's say they took $100 million out of the market. I bet it's more than that, but let's say they took $100 million. Well, by doing that reverse split, I don't want to do the arithmetic. Let me just be simplistic. I know I'm wrong in my numbers, but out of the 100 million, it'll free up 95 million from the prime brokers accounts minus the costs and expenses. So the criminal shorts will be able to take, let's say, $90 million and put it in offshore and not pay taxes on it. And just remember, there's systems in place. These are good clients. I think Polar is out of Canada, by the way. Anyway, so we're letting it's a winning trade for the criminals. The criminals are going to make more money than all of us combined will make in a lifetime. But that's yesterday, and yesterday's gone. The company, Michael, the good news is the company will become, instead of 2 billion shares, I should be able to figure that out, shouldn't I? It should be 400,000. Let me just do it. No, 40 million, sorry, 40 million. So instead of 2 billion, it becomes 40 million. I guess that's right. Let me just do it again. 2 billion divided by 50. Yeah, 40 million. Let's just assume there's more shares issued. Let's call it 50 billion. and 50 million, sorry, 50 million with an M, 50 million with an M. And remember, I said 800 million. It could be more than that, divided by 50 million shares. I'm trying to be conservative. There's no evidence that it'll be that high. That's a $16 stock trading on the, let's call it the New York Stock Exchange. And it's got seven revenue streams that have cash flow, and growth. They have institutional buyers. They have trading desks. They have market makers that are real. They have buyers. Are the shorts going to be able to get that $16 stock down? I don't think so. So oddly, Logic could become a successful long-term story. Something you might want to hold. But I'm not trying to bait and switch here. Let's take that $16 and divide that by 50. That's 32 cents. Let's pick. I mean, what kind of odds can we put on if you want to be really if you just use a standard distribution chart and you want to be negative as all get out, that's probably 2% to 5%. And if you want to be optimistic that the stock could go to $2, that's probably 2% in a short squeeze. But let's call it 5% on either side. That leaves us 90%. If the stock kind of does something, but the shorts regain control and maybe it only goes to 4 or 5, I'd give that a 10% shot. On the optimistic side, let's say the stock goes to 120 or over 100. I don't know if I'd quite give it 10%. Let's say 80, over $80. I give that 10% odds. So now we're down. We've got our disaster 15% and our just out of this world 15%. So we're down to 70% in the middle of the standard deviation curve. In the middle of it. Well, dead center would probably be 40 cents. Probably. That's 50% odds. Probably 40 cents. That's the value. But I'm using some guesstimating here. There's no guarantees. So rather than go to the positive side of 50%, let's go to just 40%. Rather than going to 60, let's just go to the left of the standard deviation curve peak. And let's just say, what is the 40% of that? And let's blur this stupid statistical analysis because it's all made up, and say that it's 40 cents. 40%, 40 cents. I'd say that is a target. Well, sorry, 40 cents was at 50%. Okay, so 40%, I just looked down, it's 32 cents. That would be, I would say that's your trade in Logic. That if there's short squeeze of some kind, whether it's real or not, maybe 32 cents. But like I've told you before, Michael, looking at the chart, you can exit this trade at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cents, 10 cents, 12 cents, and there's a gap at 16 to 17 cents, and maybe in the low 20s. It's up to you. I wouldn't get, if you're trading it, I wouldn't get all greedy. The stock's easy to borrow. I don't think that that reverse split will happen this year. I think it'll happen next year. There's not enough time. So as they put all these, imagine the paperwork and the legal work as they put these companies together throughout the end of this year, there's going to be plenty ability for the criminals to cause doubt in everyone's mind. They're just by definition. So the odds are the stock is not going to go to its value. But there is a percentage chance that there is a squeeze, and it gets on its horse and runs. Anyway, that's how I haven't heard. In short answer to your question, I haven't heard anything specific on logic. I have heard that everything is going well, and that everything is going according to plan, and that I think we're close, but I have no specifics. Yes, it must have been hard in the resistance. That's where it comes from. You can look it up. It must have been so hard. No, she said it. Oh, it must have been so hard in the resistance. Yes, yes. Not nearly as hard as it is now. I think that's right, Jim, but I'm a little concerned about whether he gets it or not. That's good to hear, RW. I think Finger. I think Finger to someone. Look, let me put it differently. If you were to buy NVIDIA and you presented that story, ignoring how expensive it is, ignoring all of that, what would you say NVIDIA is? What would you say NVIDIA is? It's a chip company. Okay. If you were going to go pitch somebody Ford Motors, what do? They produce cars. What if you were going to pitch somebody Moderna? Well, they produce and sell vaccines. Well, you get what that is. But what do you say to somebody about Finger? What does Finger do? Well, they yeah, I mean, they started out as a technology company for gaming, and now they're into they have top-up business. Anybody you tell about top-up business knows that it's low margin, and they do text messaging business. Anybody knows that's low margin. So these aren't great things to lead with. And then you start talking about Pacific Life Re and Munich Re and data and all that. And the person listening is already thinking about, the gift he's buying his wife for their anniversary. It moved on. So my point is, and it's just, I've experienced it. That's all. It's just, I've gone through it so many times. You need to have a concise story, and Finger doesn't have a concise story. They talk about lifestyle applications. All of this stuff to a guy or a girl on the side of the desk that's going to buy it is taking too long. It's just taking too long to explain. So that's a negative so far with Finger. And I think it explains some of the difficulty for the stock to catch fire. I think the economic shutdown in China was very difficult for Finger. And I think doing business with Jeff Lind was a disaster. No CEO should take money from the Lind Partners, New York City. So anyway, I think those three things really can explain why Finger has been, and you can broaden, I'm just being simplistic, you can broaden each one. Those can explain why Finger hasn't caught fire. But RW, if you think about it, and it's in the interviews, I've sat with Martin Shen, it's in interviews he's done with other people, it's in his commitment, it's in his professionalism, it's in his excellence. Martin Shen is a symbol of striving for excellence, and he mostly succeeds. He's excellent in his appearance, he's excellent in his relationships, he's excellent in shareholder contact, and he's excellent in his negotiations with big investors and with big big customers, clients, whatever you want to call it. So anyway, what's interesting when you listen to him, we're human beings, so we look backwards. That's just what we do. When we're looking forward, we're applying our experience of the last 2 years. So one, there was criminal and still is criminal corruption in the marketplace as it relates to Finger. Two, there was a shutdown in the economy of China. And you could argue, well, there could be a recession coming. Yeah, you could argue that, but it's the business. There's still going to be commerce, even if we go into a recession, even if we go into a depression. I don't remember the number exactly, but I think even in the Great Depression, unemployment didn't get higher than something like 29%, something like that, which is awful. But that meant that 75% of the people are working and spending money. Today, people are going to use their phones. They're going to drive their cars. They're going to buy their insurances, as they say. And there's going to be uses for data, and government is going to be applying money to first responders and citizen surveillance. So the business model is going to be robust, and perhaps where money will flow during a depression as opposed to flowing into, I don't know, pick casinos or pick entertainment, or people will cut back on high-end purses and cut back on eating at restaurants. They're not going to cut back on their phones, their insurance, and etc. And the government's not going to cut back in a depression. They're going to spend more. So Finger's aligned to benefit, I think, even if China goes into a depression. But Finger has yet to pull it all together so that an institutional broker can call a family office and say, Sally, I've got the new stock. Here's what it is. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, buy me 100,000 shares. Because it hasn't coalesced yet. But Robert, if you listen to him today, they're going to have this major contract. It's massive. And I've been saying that. I'm not trying to take credit at all. I'm just been trying to hammer that message. That contract is a game changer, but no one wants to listen to me. But that contract is huge. And that's going to become clear maybe as soon as next week, right? October 11th, maybe. The data business is getting into the stage of monetization. That's going to become clear. The low margin top up business and text messaging business carries the company's revenues, and that's why this jerk comes on all the time. Oh, high cost of goods sold. He's not an accountant. He's just trying to scare you. It's high revenue, low margin, but it pays the bills. It's not much wrong with that because it's safe. It's safe revenue. Anyway, that'll become clear. And then they're going to be in the rich content messaging, which is large margin. They're going to continue in these other applications about lifestyle. Let's leave it at that. And you're going to see a company, I believe, maybe not this earnings report, which will be their second quarter. Yeah, their second quarter. So no. October will be their October, November, December. Yeah. I think it's their second quarter of 2025. And then they'll have their third quarter, I guess. God, that's confusing. This is a late reporting. I guess they do it 6 weeks in because their third quarter should end in November. And I guess 6 weeks after that, you would see the third quarter numbers mid-January. So I would say you sort of mid-January. And then after, I think RW, you're going to see massive growth in revenues and maybe for the first time, positive cash flows and positive earnings. And if you align that with institutional research and it predicts earnings growth, that's believable. So you need revenue growth, cash flow growth, earnings growth, which is predictable, repeatable, believable. You got a whole new stock. And I think I don't know exactly, RW, if we'll get out of 2024. It could happen anytime, of course. But I don't know if we'll get out of 2024 without more selling and then tax loss selling. But I think January, February, March. And imagine when they report their fourth quarter, which ends in February. So I guess that would be middle of April. I think by the time April 15th comes around, this is a whole different story. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. Oh, that's great, Benjamin, if it's long. Of course, that won't matter when Kamala is president. I think she's going to be our president. Long-term gains are going to be taxed as short-term gains. But we got wars to pay for, don't we? And they're important wars. It was sad to see that FEMA's running out of money. And I don't want to judge it because obviously the well-meaning people that are the Democratic Party and they look out for all of us, they spent FEMA money on bringing in migrants and flying them around the country. I guess it's the right thing to do. I don't want to judge it because, those migrants are people too, and they deserve taxpayer money just as much as you do, even though you've been paying taxes all your life. But they, you know, they live too, and now they're here. We flew them in, so we got to cover them. So anyway, FEMA is running. FEMA doesn't have enough money for the next hurricane or this one. Kamala offered everybody $750. If George W. Bush had done that, can you imagine what the news stories would be? Guys, we live in a country where war is more important than anything else. And I think war's fought on behalf of the banks and the bigger industries that benefit the banks, big ag, big pharma. It's depressing. It is depressing. It is also 5 o'clock, so I'm gonna go walk my dog. And I continue to tell you it's gonna be volatile. You know, I did want to read an article to you, but I don't know. I'll do it tomorrow, but I'll tell you what it is. It's from the same book. It's Ned Naylor Leland. He's a manager of the Marion Gold and Silver Fund. And what's intriguing, got to find it. It's a little long to read it today to you, but somewhere in here he summarizes. Well, here. Now, somewhere here he summarized the imbalance in the silver market. And I can't, oh, here, is this it? The supply of investment grade silver is about 2 billion ounces. And in this case, $15. But if you use $30, that's not a big market. Let's see, 2 billion. Let's use $40. That's an $80 billion with the B market for silver. Let's just see how big the Bitcoin market is. Size of the crypto market. The size of the crypto market is $2.2 trillion, according to Forbes. So the market cap of the crypto market is 2.2 trillion. I just Googled it, and I can't vouch for it. It says it as of Forbes. All right. So what is the market cap of world equity markets? That's not the question to ask, apparently. Okay, global equity market capitalization in 2023 is $115 trillion. So crypto's 2.2 trillion. Global equity is 115 trillion. The investable silver market at $40 an ounce is 80 billion. It's not even a trillion. It's not even 100 billion. It's a tenth. It's not even a tenth of a trillion. So when it clicks, you're not going to have time to buy silver. Not going to have time. All right, I'm going to sign off. Wish everyone well. It's beautiful weather out. Be thankful for everything. Be thankful for wagging tails and hellos on the phone and people saying hi and birds chirping, and that we have one more night on this planet of peace and love, and pray for the children. Good night.